non-frequent owners, those servants, whom you have trusted with the performance of such important trust in this community. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled on the ground, that we may treat and consider all the matters that shall come under our attention and the virtue. So just waiting for the banner as to promote your honor and glory, and it advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of this region, of those whose interest you have committed to us.
We begin with item 1. We begin with item 1 on the order paper. Communication from the chair.
Honorable members, can you have your seats? Honorable members, good afternoon. It has been a long time since we last held a physical meeting, and we have to thank the SG is here around. We thank the SG for administratively securing funds for the plenary, and we look forward to its support to resolve a number of issues affecting EAC, including finding resources for salary areas and gratuity to pay service providers. The chair of council will join us tomorrow when we'd have the budget debate speech, the budget speech. And for today, we have our member of the Council of Ministers from URT, Honorable Minister James Miller. You can see how you are still popular here. For the new members from Somalia and the URT, you are aware that he was with us before becoming a minister. You are welcome. I have been informed that, just informed, that our colleague, Honorable Bahati Alex, who is a person with a disability, fell down and was injured. He has been taken to hospital. We can only wish him a quick recovery. We also have our colleague, Honorable Shaban, who is in hospital in Istanbul, in Turkey. We also wish him a quick recovery. This is what I have as communication.
We proceed to item 2, on order paper. Laying of papers, Roman 1.
Roman 1, the chair of CTI, Honorable Francine, are you around? If she is not ready, they have been informed that they are maybe printing her speech. Can maybe go to the next item.
Still on item 2 on order paper. We go to Roman 2.
Honorable Gladness Salima, you will lay the report.
Honorable members of the East African Legislative Assembly participated in the proceedings of the 152 IPU, which was held in Turkey from the 15th, was nurturing hope, securing peace. Our delegation was comprised of okay.
Yes, right, Honorable. I kindly request through you that my colleague first of all lay the report on the table.
Thank you. Honorable Gladness, just lay your report. Thank you.
We are still on item 2, Roman 3.
Honorable Jacqueline Amongin, lay your report.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members. I would like, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members. I would like to lay on table a report of the 4th Africa Interparliamentary Conference on Family Values and Family Sovereignty that took place in Ghana on advancing the African Charter on Family Sovereignty and Values. Accra, Ghana, 3rd to 5th June 2026. Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I would like to lay.
Please.
We proceed to item 3 on the order paper. Report of the Committee on Accounts on the ESC audited accounts for the financial end 30th June 2023 by way of motion.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Musamali.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Probably before we go to the item on the agenda, I feel that I have a matter of regional importance which should be brought to the attention of this House. Honorable Speaker, the matter facing is that since we are meeting physically for the first time after 8 months, and since we are meeting for the first time since the appointment of the new Secretary General of this East African community, I thought it would be very important for us, given the importance of this position, I thought it would be very important for us as a House to go on record to bring to the attention of this Secretary General issues pertaining to this community. And I want to request that the Honorable Speaker, you give me 2 or 3 minutes and bring out these issues. And I believe I will be echoing out issues of members of this assembly and issues of members of, of the East Africans, which you would want this Secretary General to talk about, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, I believe I can now proceed, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I agree with what Honorable Musamali is saying, but maybe you can do it properly, maybe by moving a motion. And then if it is supported, then it can be scheduled. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Musamali.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. We will move a motion, I think, appropriately at the end of his tenure, when we have seen the good work. That one, I think a motion will be very appropriate at the end of his tenure, when we have now evaluated his work.
Procedure, Mr. Speaker. Procedure.
So that is, Mr. Speaker, what I would assume. And because me, I'm just making a few remarks.
Honorable Musamali.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Musamali, this was not planned for today.
Procedural matter, Right Honorable Speaker.
We should do it another day, maybe today.
Procedural matter?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Musamali is raising an important issue, but I would like him probably to refer to our rules of procedure, because there is also a notice of a motion that can be debated without notice. And then this issue can be tabled to the House, debated, supported by a few members, and we dispose that off rather than debating it on just a procedural matter. So can I, through you, Right Honorable Speaker, request Honorable Musamali to formally move a motion without notice, so that we move in a stable way. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Musamali, are you willing to move a motion?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Yeah. Yes. I want to be on record. Okay, Honorable Speaker. Now that I've been guided, I want to move a motion under Rule 30. That is a motion without notice. That now, I think I want to be guided here. I want to be guided here. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to request that I allow the Honorable Makame to move that motion. Because why I'm saying this is that personally I would be comfortable moving under a different rule. But if it is to the best of this House that we will do this matter which I have brought here can best be articulated through a motion, then I would allow another member to move it. If you could allow, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
But Honorable Makame didn't request to move a motion. This is you who. Are you requesting to move his motion?
Mr. Speaker, I wanted to assist my brother, not by moving the motion, but by providing him the rule which he can invoke. And he can invoke Rule 30I on a motion of urgent matter. L, any motion of urgent matter. And that is subject to the leave of the Speaker. But we beg you, Mr. Speaker, to allow him, because he wants to raise some important matter. So he can, if you allow Mr. Speaker, we can support him so that he can air his voice, and then we.
Honorable Mr. Can you please move your motion so that we are losing time? You know, we have a long day to go.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to move under Rule 30, sub-rule L, which says where a member can be allowed to move any motion on urgent matters of public importance, supported by a third of the members of the House. I want to move that, Honorable Speaker, you allow us to move a motion to welcome the Right Honorable Speaker to this House and this community. I beg to move, Right Honorable Speaker. The Secretary General. What did I say? Okay, that is out of excitement.
Second,
That is to welcome
Mr.
the
Speaker.
Right Honorable Secretary General of the East African Community to this House and to this community. I beg to move, Honorable Speaker.
seconders. Do you have seconders? The entire House. We can, thank you. We can consider that he has already justified his motion, and I immediately put the question that the members who are supporting Musamari's motion, you raise your hands. Those who are no, with this hybrid, we have members who are following online. It's those who raise their hands. For those who are in the House physically, you say aye. Those against in the House say nay. The ayes have it. Then I give the floor to our new SG. We'll give him, you requested 2 minutes, right?
Procedure, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you have to justify first before.
We had considered that had already justified it, but if it is procedural, do you still have to justify? You have justified it. You have justified.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. The justification is obvious, but since we have said we are welcoming the motion is about welcoming our Secretary General to this House, we have to tell him the good thing about this House and welcome him at home. You are welcome to this House, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Secretary General. Right Honorable Secretary General, as you come to this community as Secretary General, we want to bring to you, we as members of the Assembly, we represent the people. And we want to bring to you, to your attention, some of the things which we feel you should work on. One, I want to congratulate you upon your appointment to this House, to this community as the Secretary General. Two, I also want to inform you that we are very happy, personally, and a number of colleagues whom I have shared with, for your appointment as Secretary General, because you are not new to this community. You have been working in this community as a director, as a permanent secretary, in so many portfolios. And we believe that the experience which you have and the exposure you have, it will add value to this community. But I also want to inform you that Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Secretary General, the other day when we met, honorable members, I met him also with the other members of the General Purpose Committee. And I want to bring this. I told him that I want this matter to be on the floor and on the hazard. The Right Honorable Secretary General told us that he used to be Saul. You know Saul in the Bible? That he used to be Saul. For those who don't know Saul, you will be told about Saul. He used to be Saul, but he has now converted into Paul. I think that one something. We have been having challenges here with council. And the council has been represented by technocrats, where the Secretary General has been part. At the time I joined the assembly here in 2017, each partner state was contributing 8,300,000 to the community. That money has reduced to 7 million now. Remember, it is reducing at the time when we are even increasing institutions to the community. This Secretary General was part of this. But at that time, he was Saul. I don't know whether it's only Saul or even Zakayo collecting tax. So in brief, we are saying we are happy that you said the committed that you are no longer Saul, you are now Paul. And we believe that you are going to stick to your word, such that you work to develop this community. Just a second and last remark. Honorable Speaker, you are all aware that Africa was balkanized by those who colonized us. And now you see us speaking different languages when we are the same people. This community here, we had a community 1967 to 1977, which collapsed. That community that collapsed, it had people who were working. It did not matter where you are coming from, they were working for East Africa. We had common services, East African Airways, East African Railways, East African what, everything, including the East African shilling, the same currency. Now, these are the issues we want to achieve. Customs union, all of us trade freely. Common market protocol, all of us to move freely and invest freely. A single currency, including ultimately the what? A federation. So, Honorable Speaker, we want you to be the engine. Today, you are not the first Secretary General of this community. We had the revived community. We had the people like the Right Honorable Amanya Mushega, Jumba Mwapachu. Okay, I've mentioned a few, those who started, who the initial ones. They initiated, they came up with the initiatives to grow the community. Right now, you are now the Juma Mwapachu. Please don't take yourself to be Tanzania. We are lucky you said that you are now stateless. That's very good. Work for ESC. Don't work here, come here. And this is now what's the position of Tanzania. Honorable Media is there. He will come and protect the interest of Tanzania.
Mr. Mali, justify your motion.
I'm just concluding, right on Speaker. So what I'm saying, right on Speaker, for emphasis, that we want this Secretary General to work on all impediments towards our integration. And he should even work on, now that he knows how dangerous some actions, just by virtue of being a technocrat, can be to the community. Now he should work on those obstacles such that this community can be can integrate further. And this is the last one. We have a problem of a sustainable funding mechanism. Right, Honorable Secretary General, please come and work on a sustainable funding mechanism such that this community can stand on itself. Yes, we have enough money. Let's not go into begging all the time.
We have a procedure.
I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I beg to move.
Motion, amending. Motion for
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm standing up on a procedural matter. In accordance with our rules of procedure. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue, the motion Honorable Musamali has brought, according to the program we have, this may not be the right forum for us now to air our views or our interests that would like the new Secretary General to handle. So, Right Honorable Speaker, wouldn't it be procedurally right that we allot time for a Kamkunji where we interact as members of Parliament and staff with our new Secretary General at leisure, so that we spare the little time we have for plenary to handle matters of business that are before us, as we are all aware that we really don't have time. Even as an assembly, we have been given few days instead of the 14, 18 days you normally sit. We just have about 9 days or so. So, Right Honorable Speaker, wouldn't it be procedurally right that we get time? Perhaps you can even allocate a day and time here. We have a Kampunji with the Right Honorable, with our new Secretary General. I know he's very able. He knows this community. He knows the issues that we are even going to tell him. That what we'll only be looking for in that Kampunji is a way forward on how to handle the serious matters as raised by Honorable Musamali and others.
information.
This is procedural. So wouldn't it be procedural that we come to a close, we close this motion and propose a date for debate and allot this time we have for the serious business you have as an assembly. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members.
Yes.
Honorable members, you have spent more than 30 minutes on this issue.
Yes.
The only thing I have to do is to put a question.
No.
Because
Order.
Honorable Speaker.
Right Honorable Speaker.
There's one.
Right Honorable Speaker. Procedure.
Honorable Speaker. We have not been here for.
I give the floor to Honorable Amongin,
Yes.
then Honorable Fatuma, then Honorable Kanini Kiga, and then Francoise. 1 minute for.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The mover of the motion, Honorable Musamali, moved the motion under Rule 30 of this House. And Rule 30I says that any motion on urgent matters of public importance supported by 1/3 of the members present. This particular motion was supported by the members present. The only thing we can do to this motion is to proceed, probably limit the debate, but to proceed with the motion. That's the procedure thing I wanted to give. Then the other issue is, I would also like raising on a procedural matter. The Secretary General was appointed in the previous session of Heads of State Summit. And by then we have not held any other sitting. Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I would like to move an amendment to the same motion, if it may be, because already Honorable Musamali has spoken to the motion. There is going to be justification for the motion which he has done. I would like to move under Article under Rule 30A, which says a motion by way of amendment to a question already proposed by the Speaker, that the Secretary General was appointed at the last Heads of State Summit. At the same time, the President of the Republic of Uganda, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, was elected as the head of the summit. So I would like to move that this motion be amended, because whatever the Secretary General is going to do, he is going to work hand in hand with the council and also the summit. I would like to implore you, Right Honorable Speaker, and the honorable members, that can debate the motion, welcoming the Right Honorable Secretary General to the East African Legislative Assembly, which must proceed. Would also like to briefly congratulate our head of state, who is our head
Right
of state.
Honorable Speaker.
Let's go. Again.
Yes.
I think that you are confusing everyone. You are bringing a lot of
Okay.
issues.
So
If you want to
Right, Honorable
amend
Speaker.
his motion, it's about him to accept it or not.
So, Right Honorable Speaker, the issue is the motion is already on table. If my motion for the other one is not accepted, let's stay it. I withdraw. Let the debate on
Right Honorable Speaker.
proceed. I beg to move.
Honorable Speaker, I think we are wasting a lot
Honorable
of time.
members, it is now 3 p.m.
Right, Honorable
Yes,
Speaker, it's just helping. to
Please
see
be
the way out.
brief. Be brief. You have the floor.
Yes, Right, Honorable Speaker, I think the motion of Honorable Musamari was clear. It's welcoming the Right Honorable Secretary General, and I think we can limit to that. I also agree with what Honorable Paul said. Maybe we can schedule another time where we can have an engagement with him in a more structured manner, but here maybe we can limit on welcome and then move to another point. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. The motion, the message that Honorable Musamari had was not so much of a motion. It was basically to welcome the Secretary General, but in the process of welcoming him and congratulating him, we raised some of the few issues. And it would have been very simple, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, on that note, if you allow me, I would just want to say, one, congratulations, my good friend, the PS Burundi. I have no doubt in my mind that you have the capacity, the goodwill to take this community to the next level. But we need to also tell you or inform you
Honorable Kanikiga, I think that you are following those.
Not, Honorable Speaker, if you allow me 1 minute, just one thing. Of course, it's congratulations, and we are very happy because he is not an outsider. He has been here. Honorable Speaker, you know, for us as politicians, when we don't talk, we get sick. Our work is to legislate, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I was almost tempted to say to you, Happy New Year, but I did not say Happy New Year. But you know, the last time we met was last year. Honorable Speaker, the last time we had a sitting was last year, Honorable Speaker. We have about 7 months that we have not met, Honorable Speaker. That is not normal for a member of Parliament, Honorable Speaker. We are elected to legislate, make laws. We are not making laws. We are elected to oversight institutions. We are not oversighting. We are elected to represent. We are not representing. That is all what we want to tell our Secretary General, that as he sits here, we thank you for the few days that you have given us, and we are really grateful. However, that is not what usually happens. We are supposed to be here for about 21 days doing oversight. We are not doing oversight, Honorable Speaker. We will, in the course of the week, pass the budget, which we will not even oversight, because the other one we have not even oversighted. So, Honorable Speaker, that is only the little things that we wanted to tell our Secretary General, together with our former colleague, Honorable Waziri Milia, and we are happy. At least Tanzania, you are leading from the front, and you are also seated here. We have seen in the past, Honorable Speaker, whereby this row here is empty. But at least now, Secretary General, we are happy that you are here and you are here to listen. Honorable Speaker, I beg.
Thank you, Honorable Francoise.
Yeah, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mine was just a contribution because I had followed the motion the way it was moved and it was seconded. So it had no more debate than seconding it and then contribute. If you allow me, I can also add a word of supporting as I congratulate Honorable SG. Warm welcome. I beg to proceed, Right Honorable Speaker, with your permission.
As he said, I don't want to get sick.
Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, I shouldn't get sick actually. Right Honorable Speaker, it's my privilege to welcome our new SG, Ambassador Stephen Patrick Mbundi, to the East African Legislative Assembly. Honorable SG, your appointment comes at a defining moment in our integration journey, and we congratulate you on assuming this high role or high office. Ambassador, your take of the helm of this community is not taken for granted. The community is stretching, and you know your knowledge and also leadership from the Atlantic Ocean through the Indian Ocean, heading to the Horn of Africa. We are here, we are an assembly that is willing to support. The people of East Africa are looking to your leadership to translate our protocols into tangible prosperity. You know how they have been just redundant, stretched, not just finalized. We want them to be materialized.
Honorable Francoise.
Yes.
Be brief.
Yes, Right Honorable Speaker, Eala is ready to collaborate with the Secretariat through the leadership of Honorable Ambassador. As an assembly, we do not view our oversight role as adversarial, but as a collaborative force. We pledge our legislative support to help you cut through bureaucratic inertia. We have to stop bureaucracy and also work closely because our doors, our committee rooms, and our legislative tools are fully open to support your vision, Honorable SG. So the call to action as I wind up is that we look forward to hit the ground running, particularly as we finalize the scrutiny of our $110 million budget as a member of GP and ensure every dollar directly impacts East African citizens. I beg to submit it.
Thank you. It has been a kind of malicious way to address a long speech. So, honorable members, we have already put a question and you had supported the motion. Do we need to go to debate or do we give the floor immediately to the CJ? Okay, we will debate it, but let's give the floor to a limited number of members. Otherwise, we will miss the whole day. We'll give the floor to Honorable Sankok, Honorable Dr. Woda, Honorable Amongin, and I think, and the Gladness, and the Honorable Fatuma. I have mentioned you, and that will be all. Let's start with Honorable Sankok.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, let me start by congratulating His Excellency Ambassador Patrick Stanley Mbidi for being appointed to this very important position. Our problem have always been that we don't perform our duties effectively due to lack of remittances. So our problem number one, lack of remittances. Problem number two, lack of remittances. Problem number three, lack of remittances. So if you can do whatever you can, using your diplomatic knowledge, because you are very, very intelligent. But that intelligence can only help this if you can be able to convince those countries that have not been remitting to remit the money so that we can perform our duties effectively. Otherwise, I have no doubt in you that you will take this community to another level. Once again, congratulations. The Assembly is willing to assist you and willing to work with you and be your friend. We are not your enemies. We are your friends. You are your partners. And we want this community to stand. We don't want this community to collapse the way it collapsed in 1972. In Jesus' name, this community, 1972. It was actually 1977. So we don't want this community to collapse the way it collapsed in 1977. We want this community to stand. And we pray in Allah's name, in Jesus' name, that this community will stand. But it will only stand with remittances. With remittances. With remittances.
Thank you. Honorable Dr. Oda.
Yes, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And on the onset, I first want to really congratulate His Excellency, the SG, Honorable Stephen Bundi. And I also want to congratulate and welcome my brother James Milia, who was promoted from here to the first bench. So congratulations. And I want to also welcome our colleagues from Somali and the new colleagues from Tanzania. I just want to say something as a believer and someone who really knows the Bible very well. As the Secretary General said that he has been converted from Saul to Paul. Saul tortured the new church by then. But when he became Paul, he served and brought a lot of people to Christianity, and many books were written, the book of Acts and other books. So, Right Honorable Secretary General, I know that together with a good coordination with the Assembly and the Secretariat for us, we can write good books and we can revive this community and leave a very good legacy behind us. Right Honorable Speaker, I just want to support, and these are my few remarks. Thank you.
Honorable Amongin.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members. I would like to add my voice on the Honorable Musamali and other colleagues in congratulating the Right Honorable Secretary General of the East African Legislative Assembly, Ambassador Patrick Bundi, of the community for joining the East African, rejoining the community. We have a lot of faith in you, and we believe together with you, the sky is not even the limit. However, Right Honorable Secretary General, I would like to bring to your notice that the East African community is heating up due to the vagaries of weather. Issues of floods and droughts are hitting the East African community. And aware that most of the partner states of the East African community committed to the Paris Agreement to a certain percentage, all the 8 member states. I would like to implore you, while you serve as the East African Community Secretary General, to prioritize climate change, because when climate change and environmental protection are prioritized, then we are planning for the future of our generation. Therefore, legislation that have been pending for long since the Third Assembly, in terms of we already have a policy in place, but in terms of having a harmonized climate change policy, have not reached to even this floor for debate. So I would like to implore you, while you serve your 5-year tenure, to put this in your heart. And lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, the world is evolving, and digital transformation is moving at a faster rate, to the extent that we risk having young generation who may not be able to concentrate? Who will go on risks in terms of influence by social media? Therefore, Right Honorable Secretary General, digital transformation, being a CMIPN of this year's budget, should be a top priority in your 5-year term so that we can, as we are legislating on the 4 pillars of the East African integration, we cannot legislate on these 4 pillars without addressing issues that are affecting us apparently of digital transformation and digital. So therefore, as the East African community, the issues of cyber security and data protection remain our indeed priority as you lead the community. The issues of social media protection, one network, all these issues need to be brought to your priority. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I beg to submit and congratulations, Right Honorable Secretary General.
Thank you. The next is Honorable Gladness.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I also like to take this opportunity to congratulate our able new SG, Ambassador Mbundi. I can't say more as far as his experience, professionalism, leadership is concerned. We are very optimistic that he's going to reposition the community. Given the current situation, the current challenges, a lot has been said by my fellow honorable members, is that we really need a leadership that to be result-based and eager to see the transformation of the community as the organ. And with that, I'd like to emphasize on the institutional capacity, but at the same time on the strength of our governance. So we are really looking forward to cooperate with you, our new SG, Ambassador Mbundi, and together with the community and its systems and its organs. But we really need that leadership that is eager to reposition this particular amazing community. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Gladness. Now, Honorable Fatuma Dangiza. We have two Honorable Fatuma in the house.
Yeah, 3. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I also want to add my voice to congratulate Honorable Ambassador Stephen Bundi for being re-elected as the Secretary General of this community, and also take this opportunity to thank Her Excellency, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, for electing him, someone who has been really part of this community, who understands the community, but also our brother, Honorable Milia. So I think we are really in good hands because we have people who understand the community and also who understand the work of Eala, and we really look forward to working with you. I heard the Secretary General one time when he was engaging the commission. If I quote well, he said that he's going to be the Secretary General for the community. And for me, I think that is very important. And we want you to continue that because we are one body. If the Secretariat works and the other members at home sleeping without reviewing our representative role, legislative role, oversight role, the community cannot legislate laws. The 4 pillars of integration will never be realized. If the court is not working, our people don't have where they can take their cases, and that justice that is denied with the backload will be, that justice delayed will be justice denied. So I was happy that you are really looking forward to bringing the community together so that we can synergize, and we really look forward to that working relationship to strengthen it, because we are one body and we are working for the common Mwananchi, the East African people. So finally, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to request our Secretary General that in his working relationship with the Eala, at least to have at least 2 meetings in the year. Every time, normally have planning meeting, the commission and the chairpersons of the committee, at least find time to come and interact with us, because there are many things that we need to engage with him on our working relationship. But as and when, especially at the level of the commission, who work closely with us, we are also requesting you that there has been a pending retreat between Eala, the commission, and the chairpersons with the council. We also want to request you that you can push for this, because we believe through dialogue and engagement between organs and institutions of the community, even the biggest challenges can be resolved. Finally, right, Honorable Secretary General, the issue of gender equality and the empowerment of women should be a priority list, and it has to be cross-cutting, because we are talking of a community, over 60% are women. No sustainable trade, no sustainable development without empowerment of women. And I want to thank you, and I know very soon you'll attend our intergenerational dialogue. And so we want your support in that. And also, finally, we also committed to support Eala in its oversight mandate, that every project of EAC Secretariat, that you ensure that at least there is an oversight mandate of Eala, and we look forward to this great working relationship together. So wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. I think that I can give the floor to the mover if needed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Not the SG, say something.
I'll go to it, back to him.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Just in the seconds, I want to thank you first of all for allowing us to move this motion. We welcome our Right Honorable Secretary General and the members for your support. I only wanted to say the last thing here, and as I thank members, that according to the book written by Franz Fanon, The Wretched of the Earth, is quoted, popularly quoted, I would say that every generation must, out of relative obscurity, discover their mission and either destroy it, either fulfill it or destroy it. So this is now our generation. We are the ones in charge. We as members of Eala, Right Honorable Secretary General, you are in charge, the accounting officer and the engineer of this community. We want you to take lead, take us fulfill our mission of a united, integrated and prosperous EAC. And the Eala, we have promised from the remarks of our colleagues that we are going to be partners, and we shall do our best to take the integration agenda ahead. Let me also take this opportunity, Honorable Speaker, to thank members who contributed to this as a tradition to this motion. One, Honorable Kanini Kega, Honorable Francoise Umutiza, Honorable David Ole Sankok, Honorable Woda Jeremiah, Honorable Fatuma Ndanjiza, Honorable Mongin Jacqueline, Honorable Rosa Cole with your guidance, and Honorable Gladys Salema. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move and submit. Thank you.
So, honorable members, I now put the question that those who are in favor of Musamali motion, I have already put it on, but we have to formalize it. Those who are in favor of his motion, you say aye. Those online, you raise your hands. And those who are against, you say nay. The ayes have it. With this, I give the floor to the SG for the mover had said 2 minutes, but let's go to 5. If less, it's fine, but you have the floor. Honorable SG.
Right, Honorable Speaker, and members, honorable members of this August House. Mine is very brief. I've heard, but my commitment is there. What I need is the application from your side. We are one team. We are one team, and we need to work together. Me and my team, we are ready for that. We have made that commitment when we met GPC, and even myself, when during the day when I was sworn in, I'm ready to work with Eala to make sure that Eala perform its mandate, like our secretariat and the court. I've already started meeting heads of states, and one of the issues which I raised before them is the issue of contribution. There is a very good commitment. At least I've met President Museveni and President Kagame. What I can say that their thinking on integration is far, far ahead than the way we at the lower levels, say from the council, senior official secretaries, the way we are perceiving the community. For them, they want the community which we can integrate and share whatever we have for the prosperity of our people. And this is what we are going to pursue. I thank you for your good message of congratulation. Lakini pia mngesema pole, because this responsibility is too heavy. Though back home we are saying mzigo mzito mpe Mnyamwezi, na Mnyamwezi nipo, I'm ready to carry it. Asante sana.
Before we go to the next item, we have guests at the gallery, and we recognize them. First one is Solomon Thomas Materi, who is the chairman of EAC Tourism Industry. Please stand to be recognized. We also have Isaiah Lomayan Lukumei, EAC Blue Economy. Has been brought by Honorable Sankok. So let's proceed.
We go back to item 2, laying of papers, Roman 1.
Item number 2. Chair of Committee on Communication, Trade and Investment, lay your report.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I beg to lay on the table the report on the oversight activity to assess progress in operationalizing one-stop border post in EAC partner states. I beg to lay.
Accounts for the financial ended 30th June 2023 by way of motion.
Honorable members, you recall that on 3rd December last year, 2025, the motion had been moved and seconded, and the report of the Accounts Committee had been tabled by the chairperson of the committee. I hope you had time to read through and are now ready for debate. But before we proceed, the chairperson, as it has been long since you reported, please, if there are new developments, you may update the House. The chair of the committee on the account, you have the floor.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to make remarks on accounts of East Africa audited accounts for the financial year ended 30th June 2023. The report was laid on table in Kampala last year in November, but I wish to make a brief so that members can have an insight on the report and members can debate from an informed point of view. Right Honorable Speaker, you will allow me to read the executive summary and the conclusion of the report. Mr. Speaker, sir, during the Commission report on the financial statements of the East African Community, organs and institutions for the year ended 30th June 2023, issues presented were examined and recommendations were proposed. The community had a budget of $115,741,802, $741,995, hence an overall budget performance of 67%. ES organs, institutions, projects and programs continue to face challenges of low budget absorption due to delayed or non-remittances of funds. This calls for proper budgetary planning, coherence, and consistent budgeting process. It is imperative that the ESC puts in place an ESC single projects coordination unit to ensure proper management of growing ESC projects and programs. Coupled with that, it is critical the full process will be a great opportunity for the institutions and organs to review the progress being made in the implementation of the integration agenda of the ESC. The key audit findings highlighted in the process, absence of strategic plans and delays in timely updates, delays in passing the bills, delays and non-remittances of contributions by partner states, long outstanding VAT refunds, inadequate staffing, weakness in asset management, non-integration of information system, non-implementation of performance contract system, opening and closing bank accounts without council approval, non-implementation of previous audit recommendations, and incomplete membership in governance boards, commissions in some ESC institutions. Nevertheless, the ESC organs, institutions, and projects received unqualified opinions, which implies that these financial statements presented fair in all material respects the financial positions of the EAC organs and institutions for the year ended 30th June 2023, their financial performance and cash flows for the period were in accordance with the international public sector standards. Members, you have the report before you. You will allow me to just sample few cases. On page 5, number 4, the key audit findings on the financial statements of the EAC organs, institutions, projects, and programs for the financial year ended 30th June 2023. Funding sources. The budget of the EAC is mainly funded through partner states' contribution and development partner support. The activities of the community during the financial year were funded by the budgetary appropriations of 115,741,802, compared to US dollars 105,004,766. That is 22. So the comparison there, it is showing you that in 2023, there was a budget increment compared in the year 2022. And then we shall look at budget trajectory for the last 10 years. The budget below shows you that in 2013-2014, the EAC had a budget of 133,349,402. And then in 2022-2023, EAC had a budget of 115,741,802. What does this mean? It means that there have been a budget decline from 2013 to 2024. The budget of 2013, it was far bigger than the budget of 2023, and yet the community has expanded. In 2013, when the budget was 133,349,402, the partner states were only 5, compared in 2023, when the membership had increased to 7 and the budget had narrowed down. We shall go on page 7 about the outstanding contributions from partner states. During the financial year 2022-2023, a total of US dollars 37,968,462 remained outstanding from the partner states, representing a decrease by 46.7% compared to US 71,328,963 reported for the financial year 2021-2022 as depicted in the table below. The table below is showing outstanding contributions from partner states as at 30th June 2023. The Republic of Burundi is having the highest outstanding debt of 18 million. The Republic of Burundi is having the highest outstanding of 18,769,656. And then followed by, yes, I stand to be corrected. It is the Republic of South Sudan having the highest debt of 42,665,380, and it's being followed by Burundi with 18,700,000.
Chair,
Sorry.
if I remember, you read the same things in Kampala.
Yes.
We need if there's nothing you think you can
highlights on the report. And the key highlights which we have.
Proceed.
Yes.
Procedure. Yes, Honorable Sankok.
I think, Honorable Speaker, some of these figures are not reflecting of the current situation because the Republic of Burundi did pay. So it's good to get the updated.
We are in 2023. Honorable members, Chair, proceed, but please, we don't have, we have.
Honorable members, you should note that the report that I'm reading, the source is the Audit Commission of 2023. So that was discussed by them. Yes, so I was reading the outstanding contributions from partner states at that. And Uganda by that time. So honorable members, that is on the issue of the refused the East Africa Audit Commission to audit them. So we request that the ministers, you get the position of the East African Bank, whether it's one of the assets of East African community. And then on page 21, we have issues of Eala. The Audit Commission reported that a total of 17,600,000 and reported that a total of 17,685,816 was budgeted for Eala to implement its mandated activities. The Audit Commission further noted that Eala only gets 30% of partner states' contribution, which may not enable Eala to execute its mandate. And then our recommendations are, the committee recommends to the Assembly to urge the Council of Ministers prioritize funding for Eala and the East African Court of Justice, given these organs entirely rely exclusively on partner states' contributions to sustain their day-to-day operations. And the members also note that the East African Court of Justice has a very big backlog that they need to clear. So we advocate for these two organs to be funded heavily by the East African community. Lastly, the committee notes the challenges poor financial performance. Right, Honorable Speaker, with those few notes, I beg to report.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Yes, Honorable Dongo. Yes.
Page by page, sentence by sentence. Whatever you're reading is exactly what we have in the report of 2024.
Are you a member of?
I am a member of that committee.
Right, Honorable Speaker, the report that I've just read, sure it is the report that has been supplied to members. It is a report ended of 30th June 2023, and the issues in here are far different from the issues of the report of 24. So I don't know where both
maybe situation may not be evolving from 0 to 1 by only one financial year, and so that the memory that will be gotten from this report will ease us to the consideration of the next financial report. I submit, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. To who? He has no more of the floor.
Right, Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker, I think Honorable George is having a real copy, because in the report of 2024, Burundi is having 20 million, has outstanding. And in this report, we are having 18 million as outstanding. So honorable members, I would request that the report that
Honorable members, let's trust our chair of the committee. And with this, I immediately, Honorable Chair, did you finish? Were you done?
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
I have finished, because my role was
Okay, thank you.
simple. I was just giving an insight of the report
Thank
that
you.
we tabled in Kampala.
Thank you. Honorable members, the motion on the floor is that the report of the Committee on Accounts on DAC audited accounts for the financial year ended 30th June 2023 be adopted. Debate is open. We have Honorable Gideon, Honorable, you have a two title, Honorable, Right Honorable SG, Honorable Caroline Musamali. We start with Honorable Gideon.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to the report by the Committee on Accounts. And thank you, Honorable Chair of Accounts, for presenting this report, and especially the executive summary that is stating facts and then giving us highlights of what is really troubling our community. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee has recommended an EAC single project coordination unit. I think this is telling us of where the gap is coming in terms of low budget absorption. Maybe our institutions are not actually coordinating, and it may become very heavy for the Secretariat to synchronize their reports. This is something that needs to be brought to the attention of the Secretary General, whom we all believe that is going to do some good work in the community. The second one is about the delays in passing bills and many others. This is coming back to the non-remittancy of the funds, and also delays in the funds from our partner states. Right Honorable Speaker, this community is part of the African Union, and African Union is also utilizing a very sustainable funding mechanism. I know there have been efforts at the level of the Secretariat and the Council and at the level of the summit. But we are not moving because these things are not bearing fruits. This community is very promising to the East Africans, right, Honorable? And I think, like mentioned by the Right Honorable Secretary General before, but that what he got from our leaders of the summit is that they are looking at the bigger picture. Looking at the bigger picture is good, but we can only arrive there if we can do some things which are very practical. So I really, through you, Right Honorable, request that the Secretariat sit down and ask a question. Why has it been like this that the partner states are not meeting on time and some are non-meeting? So what can change? Human being is always there to initiate new ways of getting the same thing that you want. So I implore the SG and his team to look into the delays of the meeting funds. They may devise a strategy of how to get the funding from the partner states which have delays. Right Honorable Speaker, this delaying of payment or remittances is kind of taking us back as legislators, because our main job is legislation. We have a lot of bills. I'm the chair of the Committee on Agriculture. We have a lot of bills, but we cannot move. Now, one thing again is the recruitment of staff. The Department of Legal, the Council Office is being challenged because we have only like 2 or 1. That is impossible for us to deliver on bills. So I had also the Secretariat and the Council. I know our brother Kibirige, his contract may end next year by April, and even Dr. Anatol. If we don't have recruitment by that time, and these 2 gentlemen are gone, we are finished in terms of legislation, because we will not move anywhere. So I think that there is need to prioritize. If we cannot do a bulk recruitment because we don't have money, but let us prioritize something that can keep the institutions moving. Our role as Eala is very important. Right, Honorable? One thing that I think is a query in this, that I want my good chair to correct somehow with the team, is that where we have that, those outstanding arrears, that is putting, yes, this page 7. In 2023, I was a part of the team that went to Juba with the former Secretary General and the former Speaker. The promise there was that the President said they were going to release 15 million, which they released. And then the Secretary General committed that the rest of the money will be waived. That will be waived from the community, by the community. So they waived the rest when the 15 million was paid. And in the summit of 2023 in November, this thing was done. So I think it needs to be reflected. This does not withstand the continuous non-payment from my country. I acknowledge that. But this one here has to be correct, because some payment was done out of this, and the other one was waived. And this is not only a precedent from South Sudan, it was done before. Right, Honorable, as I conclude, we as members of Parliament, through the submissions by my colleagues, we are ready to work with the Secretariat. If there is any way that we can help to sit down with you, Secretary General, to drive a strategy, a new technique of convincing the partner states to pay, we are ready to sit with you and think how best can we get these countries to pay. I submit, Right Honorable.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Gideon. The next was
Dr. Black.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want to appreciate the committee led by the able chair for the very good report and also for the mind and the idea to remind us, because this is work we did 8 months ago, Right Honorable Speaker. I remember in Kampala, I moved a motion to stop debate because we did not have time, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, when you deal post-mortem, you'll be treating a dead body. And like I've always said, when the contents of your stomach are not at peace with each other, Right Honorable Speaker, you don't just block the behind. I think you look for the solution because they will find its way using any open body part of yours and they will come out, Right Honorable Speaker. What am I saying, Right Honorable Speaker, is that, of course, I joined the colleagues to congratulate my brother James, who sat in this line. I always looked at him, the line near my uncle Msanga Batwale. The passion you had for debate in this matter, I want to appreciate you that the time we are here, you've come to this house. We have trust that you're going to carry on with this duty. Same to the Right Honorable SG, the ambassador. One of the challenges I have is that people who understand this community, when they are sent to certain positions, they have become a problem. But I'm sure that you're not going to be part of that. Many, because the former SG, and they understood the community and we expected that they would drive us to a level where we're going to go. But you're a different person, we give you trust to work together because all of us have a role to play in what we're trying to do. You're starting, Right Honorable Secretary General, with the question on governance. When you look at this report, there is a governance gap, either in terms of supervision, either in terms of oversight, because today we will be dealing with the report of 2025. Now we are dealing with 2023. That's why you see that there are a lot of issues even to appreciate. Because for me, this report had studied something that had already happened. But I want to draw your attention to the question of the saved entities of the community, the East African Development Bank. In a committee of legal, we have tried. We have petitions, but sometimes we do not understand where do we stand in terms of this bank. I want to request that we get a final decision as the Assembly, whether we can oversight this East African Development Bank, on whether we can engage with it. Is it any community institution? According to the treaty, yes, because it's one of those saved ones. The other one is the flying school. It's another area where we have not even gone there to assess. It's part of our initiative, but we have never done an assessment for it. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Secretary General, we have had, and I have seen in this report, I want to appreciate the question of the auctioneer, the things that were auctioned. The community might have gone into a big loss, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want to request the Secretary General, even if we fail to move a report, at least the report, at least committee has captured a lot of our initiatives within the legal report. I want to interest you to read that report jointly so that you have a decision in terms of how can we do some recoveries of the monies that we lost. Because we are talking about money, but we are losing money within this report. And I believe that if something lesson going forward, so that we don't have our individual interests taking charge of those of the community. It's not only losing money, but also the people we represent. If a person take 1, 2, 3, 4 months and a year, I think we'll not be doing a service to the East African community citizens within. On the question of I think all institutions world over, there is an harmonized system in terms of how you assess the capacity, because there is an institution that we pay money for to rent, but we are renting a building that can host 40 staffs for 3 staffs. And that has continued to come. And I think for me, it is important for us to first reassess these institutions. What is their capacity? What are the challenges? And how do we help so that we don't continue spending money on the institutions that don't have capacity to actually host, or in terms of whatever money that we give these institutions. Before we advocate for increase or opening more institutions, we first assess what we have and what is the capacity and what is the role. The need might be there, but can't we also go to borrow what some countries are doing, rationalize some of these institutions at the end of the day, so that we deal with exactly what we can do. I mean, and then these accounting officers, as you, the senior top most accounting officer, at what time do you assess what they're doing with this money? And then, so that is not a copycat, that last time we appropriated this year we are appropriating this. We should appropriate according to the need that these institutions require in a time of appropriation. Now that we are in a season of doing the appropriation, Honorable SG, I believe that once we look within these gaps, at the end of the day, we should be saving so that we don't spend a lot of money in an area that is not a priority for us. I beg to submit and second the report with a suggestion that with you as a new person in the office, you set when you want to cook, I think the first fire will determine how fast that food will get ready. It's going to be very important for you to do a study so that you set your own pace in terms of how do we want to deal with the questions of that come in within this report. And I want to submit by appreciating the role of this institution so that all of us have a specific role to play in making sure that the East African actually benefit from what they are supposed to be doing. I beg submit.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Black. Now we go to the next who is Honorable Caroline.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to debate this report by the Accounts Committee on the audited accounts of the East African Community for the financial year ended 30th June 2023. Mr. Speaker, sir, the fact that we are considering the report of 2023 is already is an excellent example of the problems that the community is facing. Considering a report long after it was prepared means that it has already been overtaken by events. And it means that errors cannot be corrected in time. And so the errors come back and you find many unimplemented audit recommendations year in, year out. And that is why there's even, sometimes you have a feeling that it's the same issues that were in the previous report, they come back in the next report. And it seems a repeat actually of that report. Because if we even consider the later reports, you find that issues are the same. The only difference will be in the amounts owed, the budget and all of that. So it's not only been overtaken by events, but we're also unable to correct the errors in time. But
Yes. All right, back.
Okay.
We seem on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me continue from where I stopped. The fact that we are debating a 2023 report is actually because the Accounts Committee was not able to meet. Again, because of some restrictions that happened, we've been talking about them, but normally statutorily, the Accounts Committee is supposed to meet during just when we are also doing the budget plenary. But this doesn't happen because of lack of funds to the Eala, as we have already told the Honorable SG. So now going to the report itself, the chair mentioned that the EAC approved a budget for 115, which was much less compared to 33 in 2013, when there were only 5 partner states, and today we are 7, and now we are 8. Today it's even less. Today it has gone back to, it has even gone down to, we are going to look at the budget for this year. It's now even below that. So you can see that there are problems. Maybe what it doesn't show, at that time, there were more development partners. Maybe the percentage of the budget, we don't know, we don't see it in the summary report, but the budget, the development partners' contribution to the budget may have been higher, but also the contributions of partner states were even higher, which Honorable Msamari was referring to. But now with more partner states, the partner states' contribution are supposed to go lower. However, as Honorable Sankok said, number 1 problem, remittances, non-remittance. Number 2 problem, non-remittance. Number 3 problem, non-remittance. This has come out in the report because when the chair mentions that 77, that only 67% of the budget was spent, that means that budget absorption was constrained by delayed remittances. That's number 1. Because it shows, she gave us a write-up showing that at that time it was about 97 million. Partner states, outstanding partner states contribution. Some of that debt was waived then. It went down. Some partner states paid. But again, this year, by the time the summit met, the non-remittances had gone up and were almost bursting again. And then they were waived by 50%. But that does not solve the problem. So, Right Honorable Speaker, we are urging that the recommendations are there in the report. Something has to be done about following up this, and it shouldn't just be, we shouldn't just repeat it and we don't see any concrete action to do with that. So another thing that came out in the report is about weak financial planning across organs, institutions, programs. Now, the auditors also identified persistent operational governance weaknesses, including absent strategic plans, legislative delays, and understaffing and all of that. We have been, you will listen to that later, we'll have time to debate our report in accounts, but again, we was talking to the institutions, they all lead you back to the issue of funding. Low staff because of no funding. They can't even implement projects because they don't have enough staff. So all these things are somehow related. And so we have to deal with that issue, because unless it is dealt with, it is not an issue of increasing the budget that will solve the issue if the budget is not funded again. Let me stop there and leave others to comment, but with those few words, I support the report and I thank the Accounts Committee for a very, very informative report, though it has come too late to address the issues. But yeah, thank you for the good job done. I submit to Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Caroline, I will go to the last one, Honorable Usaman.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity once again. And I want to thank the chairperson and the Committee on Accounts for the report. I have a few observations to submit on. One is on page 7. And if the committee allows me, I will also move an amendment. Page 7, it's about non-outstanding contributions from partner states. They have indicated how much at the time the partner states were being owed, owed to the community. And in their recommendation on, it is Roman number 3, page 7, on the recommendation. You are saying that the committee recommends to the Assembly to urge Council of Ministers, number 3, to institute alternative mechanisms to motivate partner states to remit their contributions. Now, this recommendation and the word motivate to meet has disturbed me, because when they are supposed, this is an obligation. So I'm moving an amendment here that instead of using the so if you support me, kindly we remove motivate, because this is like now even the right word to use. And then now this one, you know, as much as on issues of non-remittances or delayed remittances, much as the community has come up with another formula of GDP and equal contribution, that money will still not be enough. Those funds will still not be enough. And then 2, the partner states which have not been paying or which have been delaying to pay will still not pay, or will still delay to pay. So I want to propose that you engage the Council of Ministers and the heads of state. In fact, by the time you go to engage them, you already come up with a paper. And this paper is how to collect this money without this inconveniencing method. And I want to propose that even if it is this one here which they have proposed, let this money come from a levy. Importation of either specific goods or even all imports. Honorable Speaker. So even this new formula here, you are still not going to achieve it unless you come up with that formula where partner states, even when they are at war, even when they have emergencies, they will still pay. Because even when they are at war, that's when they even import more. Because, Honorable Speaker, if we remain with this method where money is budgeted from the partner state budgets, if a country is at war or it has got an emergency, they will divert that money and it will not come to East Africa. So this is what I want to propose to the Right Honorable Secretary General and our OB, the member of council. I'm talking this with the confidence because you have been part of us here. You know what it means when we don't implement things. And the problem in front there, I don't know which disease is there. There is a template. When we tell you this, you say, yes, we have taken, as council, we have taken this. I hope, so let me hope you don't come with a template, but this is what we are just proposing. Then the second and last submission from me is on page 7. So on page 7. This page 7 is augmented by page 3 in the executive summary. On this observation, where the committee has observed that there is none implementation of the previous audit recommendations by council. So the page 7 here, we are looking at the status of implementation of prior years audit recommendations. And you have given us the table of a number of on how the performance it has been, where 35% had not been implemented at all, 41% partial implemented, under implementation, and only 24% that were implemented. Why am I bringing this one? Is I have tried to look for that particular recommendation. It's not in this report. This House, Right Honorable Speaker, yes, Right Honorable Speaker, and the Right Honorable Secretary General, it goes again in line with the privileges of members of Eala and staff of the Assembly. Right Honorable Speaker, the Audit Commission on several occasions came up with a recommendation to direct for the council, for the secretariat to come up with a way to ensuring that those members of staff of the community and even members of Eala who have left the community should have their diplomatic number plates deregistered. We have talked about it here a number of times, that the secretariat should come up with a method of ensuring that the members of Eala and the members of staff of the EAC institutions have their diplomatic number plates deregistered. The secretariat has not come up with that formula or that procedure. What has happened now? The consequence has been that now, because of the either weakness or failure by the council, and probably because of the failure by former staff of this community and the former members of this community to have their vehicles deregistered, now the government of Tanzania specifically has suspended the issuance of granting of duty-free vehicles to members of this assembly and the staff of EAC. Now, we want to bring to your attention, Right Honorable Secretary General, that the members who are being denied this privilege, it is even provided for, are not the ones who are responsible for that inaction. It is your office. It is the council. So for this matter, we are saying, ensure, as this report has put it, ensure that you implement these audit recommendations. And now I want to propose that for this matter, we want you to fast track the reversal of this, I call it a policy, or this action by the government of the United Republic of Tanzania and any other government. We are not only talking about what, because right now we are talking about now the United Republic of Tanzania, because this is what's happening. But I also want to add that it has also happened elsewhere. At one time we had we are now look at the privileges of members and staff. At one time we had the executive secretary of LVBC, who happened to be coming from Kenya. And LVBC is domiciled in Kenya. They had denied that gentleman a duty-free vehicle, that because he's a Kenyan. Now it is like yourself. You are no longer now Tanzania. You get it? You are now serving the East African community as Secretary General of EAC, even if you are born. So you cannot be denied some of the privileges just because EAC is domiciled, EAC Secretariat is domiciled in Tanzania. So Right Honorable Speaker and Right Honorable Secretary General, we are requesting that please implement these recommendations, because non-implementation of these recommendations has got negative effects even to non-victims. Because some of, now I'll give you the last example. At one time, America refused bad President Mugabe, the then president of Zimbabwe, from going to what? To America. But the United Nations is domiciled in the United States. But it is independent of the United States. So at one time, Mugabe was supposed to attend meetings of what? Of the UN. But the America had refused him to go to where? To America. But he went to what? To the United Nations. And that was because he was attending United Nations meeting. He was not going to America, to a visitor of America. Now you are now like UN, CES here. He's like UN headquarters.
Can you conclude?
Yes, I said it is the last one. But as you are aware, Honorable Speaker, we have been sick. It's just because the sickness had not come out. So don't be part of that to promote the sickness. So thank you, Honorable Speaker. So I want to just urge the Honorable Secretary General, like he had promised, to do some of these things, and you can fast track some of them. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Samani.
And I support the report.
Yes, Honorable, but, and do you also want to speak? Good. But you need the floor after her. Honorable Maina, but please be brief. We still have a long way to go.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to speak on this report. First of all, to thank the committee, yes, for the report well done. On the onset, I want to say, because we complained here that this was a 2024 report, there are issues that are repetitive here, almost 60%. What is in the 2024 report is also here. So when we could have been mistaken, but the issue is the reports are repetitive, which means actually the issues in these reports are similar and word for word. So we are sorry about that, but it is because the report, the wording in this one and the one we consider are almost the same in some areas. So Right Honorable Speaker, first of all, to also take this opportunity to thank our colleague, Honorable Melia, for having taken up this very important position of our council member. And then secondly, our new Secretary General, who is also very familiar with this community. And we know that you are going to do a very good job because you already know where the issues are. So we are comforted by that. Right Honorable Speaker, this report on page 9, since it's a postmortem, I just now want to inquire on the issue of some member states having not elected members to the governance boards of Esteko, Kaso, and Iaka. So I just wanted to know whether now, as we speak, these boards are fully constituted from the SG. Maybe he can inquire and report to the House. Then on the issue of East African Development Bank, this has been an outstanding issue ever since I joined the Eala. This is my 9th year now in Eala, but we have never been allowed to audit EADB or to even visit, not even our audit commissions. And yet we still hold this institution as an institution of East African community. So for clarity, maybe this time, let the SG do some extra work, groundwork, footwork, and really consult with the council and even the summit. Are we still with this institution or it's not ours? Because it seems the way they are acting like it's not, they are not one of us. They don't allow our auditors to go there. neither do they allow us to check on them. Then the issue of oversight, right, Honorable Speaker, yes, it is true. There are so many things that are not happening because there's lack of money here at Eala, even to perform its oversight duties. So most of these institutions need regular oversight, even by us as members of parliament in these committees. So it's therefore imperative that now that we have a new SG, the issue of oversight be emphasized, especially by committees. For example, since August last year up to date, no committee has moved out to visit any institution or perform any oversight duty because of lack of resources. So definitely our request also will be that the issue of oversight be looked into and resources be allocated where necessary to enable us as members of parliament perform our oversight duties. It's perhaps one of the reasons where you find these institutions do their own things. Nobody checks on them. They only come here to report, but nobody goes out there to see what they are doing. But with regular visits, I think these reports will change as much as they say they are unqualified. Right Honorable Speaker, still on board on page 11 now, recovery of advance. Would also like to know now the current position, whether these monies have been recovered, which were advanced to Tariff Enterprises Limited by LVBC. This money was meant to by HRC, was it? No, LVBC. For some contract work, but only up to about $74,000 was recovered. So to date, we don't know what the status is, whether all this money was recovered, because we also don't visit the institution to get an update on that. Then on page still 11, the anti-corruption bill, Right Honorable SG and our council member. It is good we have here a council member who participated with us to pass this anti-corruption bill. Really, I think it's a high time that this bill is presented to the summit to be signed. What we are aware is that it has never come in the order paper or in the agenda or as one of those bills that has never been presented to the summit for the summit to sign. Because some of these issues which are here cannot be tackled because we don't have a relevant law to handle the culprits. The same applies to the Public Finance and Management Act. We need one because it has financial implications. As an assembly, we tried, but the council moved and said, this bill has financial implications and therefore it is beyond the capacity of the assembly to handle it. And council said they would take over and come up with this bill as soon as possible. So we're still waiting. If we could have one, really, it's very important. This is a very big institution. We are taking care of about 17 different entities here, plus the 3 organs. And we don't have a public finance management legal framework. It becomes very cumbersome, especially when we see people taking advantage of the lack of such regulatory framework to do the things the way they want. So that is very important. Then also on the reporting, on the reports, we make recommendations as a parliament. Then also the audit commission also makes recommendations to council and the other institutions. But in our member states, normally, follow up by council is reported to parliament. So what is the mechanism for council to report to this parliament on how far they have gone in implementing the recommendations of audit and then the recommendations of parliament? I want to quote, for example, our member state parliament of Uganda. We normally have what we call treasury memoranda. That is the report that is laid by the Minister of Finance on the floor of Parliament, giving progress and challenges they have had on implementing the audit recommendations, and also definitely parliamentary recommendations. So we would like to have a mechanism, Secretary General, which you can formulate. You are new here, but you know the issues here. I mean, you are new here on the floor, but you know the issues of these institutions. If we can have a mechanism on how we can also be informed as Parliament on how far Council has gone with the implementation of recommendations of both the Audit Commission and also Parliament. So I think those are the few issues I wanted to raise. As much as there are many, those are the few I wanted to touch, but also to once again thank the committee for the work well done. I'm a member now, but I wasn't, I think, a member when this one was being reported. And to believe that we have a new term, a new team here as a part of Council, and especially the Secretary General. We want to believe that we'll have a good beginning as Parliament with the team seated in front here. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. I have two others members who requested to contribute, but please be brief.
Yes, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I think much has been said. I think the points that I wanted to say have been well explained by Honorable Akol and Honorable Msamali. But Right Honorable Speaker, it's good to go on record that the oversight role is one of the primary mandates of a member of Parliament. When we are considering a report of 2023, in the year 2026, that is 3 years later, speaks to the challenges that we are facing as EAC around operations of this Parliament. And it is my considered opinion, also I go on record, that we should have an East African levy put on cargo. I think that will be the most sustainable solution for us as EAC to raise funds for ourselves, rather than waiting for our partner states to do it, because they also have priorities, immediate priorities, which they have to be accountable to their citizens. So, as EAC, and this is a challenge to the Right Honorable Secretary General, and congratulations on your appointment. I interacted with him during the election observation mission to the United Republic of Tanzania. And in our closed-door meeting, I found him to be a good gentleman. And I have all reasons to believe that we are going to solve the sustainable or the protracted challenges that we have been facing in this community of finances. So the proposal by the Honorable Msamali and myself on the East African levy on cargo or goods that comes to our region would be more sustainable and would be more futuristic in terms of operationalizing this community. As I sit down, I also want to congratulate Comrade James Milia on his successful election to the National Assembly of the United Republic of Tanzania, and also his appointment to the cabinet. That speaks to the trust that the people in the government of this republic have upon his leadership, and I wish you the very best. The both of you, in your respective capacities, I want to give you a challenge that put your names on the books of history. Put your names in the books of history. On the right side, because there is also the left side. Put your names on the right books of history to have served this community, just like the way we always mention and revere the three names of the founding fathers of this community. I would also want you to put your names at that level. That means that you have to be beyond reproach. You have to look beyond the countries that you come from. You have to look beyond even the interests of the appointing authority. Because at the end of the day, nobody will claim that in as far as the positions that you occupy, your names will be the ones that will be mentioned, whether positively or negatively. So we have total confidence in you, the Right Honorable Secretary General, and our good friend, Comrade Honorable James Milia, serve this community well and serve with great purpose and with a higher purpose. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Maina. Now the last one, Honorable Kennedy. He's been always brief. I know him.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'll be very brief. I want to firstly welcome the front bench and Comrade James in particular, who we had the pleasure of working in the legal committee. I also want to welcome our members from the Federal Republic of Somalia and from the United Republic of Tanzania. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm a member of this committee and I support the report, but I would want to highlight just two things for the front bench. The first one is that I urgently recommend, I don't know what formula they will use, that they lift the moratorium on hiring of staff, as well aware the EAC has shortages of staff. In fact, when Honorable Somali mentioned about compelling our partner states, I looked to the front bench and I saw there was no one to advise on whether we have the powers to do so, which would have ordinarily been the CTC, who's not here on other duties. And secondly, I want to urge the council that they should have a policy when they're introducing new institutions as we grow, that they don't introduce them before they have staffed them adequately and created a budget. So we don't have these recurring issues. I'll give the House an example. We once had an institution which had one member of staff. Now, and this one member of staff was in charge of a budget of $6 million, thereabouts, dollars. Luckily for us, she raised issues and I think we were able to hire some more staff. But that you can imagine what the budget absorption was like for that institution, habitually underperforming. So I would really urge council to look at that. And then when you look at this report on page 15, this will now be, maybe Speaker, you direct. I am very shocked to see that there are all these offices when we all know for a fact we don't have enough staff. So through you, Right Honorable Speaker, perhaps you can direct the relevant committee of the House to actually find and get to the bottom of these issues of staff. I submit, Right Honorable.
Thank you. Now we go to the front bench. Honorable Minister, I had close. But you didn't even, but you, as it's the first time you have the floor, but please be brief.
Oh, yes, Your Honor, thank you very much for giving me a minute. Just couldn't resist the temptation to say this award to the new SGR. They say usually a change comes positively if the change maker comes within. So it gives me a hope that I listened to a lot of this, speeches that the SG, although he's not here, would be the best person to make the change. Having said that, and looking at that report, I think although I commend very much the team that put the report together, I see the challenge that they have asking a politician or parliamentarian to do an accounting has a challenge. So I would like to propose to establish in the future, if we can, a project management unit that can really handle this, because the clerk and an elected person cannot be such a highly technical professional SME.
Honorable Minister, you have the floor. You can go there. But there are some questions that had been addressed to the SG. I hope he's coming. But no, you can proceed.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members of the Assembly, Honorable Secretary General, who just gone out. Right Honorable Speaker, members of this August House, first and foremost, it is a great pleasure that I extend a warm welcome to all of you as we gather once again under the auspices of the East African Legislative Assembly. Today's meeting holds a significant importance as it provides us with an opportunity to reconnect and to reaffirm our commitment to the East African community. Our ability to convene in person as frequently as we would have preferred has been hindered by various recent challenges, including financial constraints. Nevertheless, Right Honorable Speaker, I remain optimistic that under the capable leadership of the EAC, these challenges will be resolved permanently. Honorable Speaker, I have faith in you. I've worked with you. You have been my boss, and you are still a boss. And thank you for your leadership. On the same note, allow me, Honorable Speaker and members of Parliament, to extend my highest commendation to Ambassador Stephen Mbundi, the Secretary General of the East African Community, for his exceptional leadership. His 50 actions have enabled successful and timely convening of this East African Assembly this session. Therefore, I highly praise the Secretary General for bringing us together today. This forum provides a crucial space to foster deep dialogue among ourselves. It allows us to build stronger institutions, collaborations, and redefine the development of trajectory of our sub-regional. Honorable Speaker of this, Honorable Speaker and honorable members of this August House, in a similar spirit, I would like to take this moment to extend my most sincere congratulations and a fraternal welcome to our newly elected regional legislators. We are honored to receive the distinguished representatives from the Federal Republic of Somalia and the United Republic of Tanzania as they assume their seats in this August House. We celebrate a historic milestone for our regional bloc as we welcome the first formal legislative delegation from the Federal Republic of Somalia. We recognize the immense resilience, talent, and strategic vision of the Somali people. The inclusion of these 9 lawmakers completes our foundational bonds within the Horn of Africa. It will greatly reinforce our shared integration agenda. We extend our highest regards to the new honorable members, including Honorable Ambassador Zahra Ali Hassan, Honorable Faisal Roble, Honorable Hussein Hassan Abdi, Honorable Fahma Ahmed Nur, Honorable Absalom Adliye Omar, Honorable Ambassador Abubakar Abdi Osman, Honorable Faduma Abdullah Muhammad, Honorable Ilham Ali Ghazal, and Honorable Abdurrahman Bashir Sharif. Equally, Honorable Speaker, I extend my warm welcome to our new colleagues from the United Republic of Tanzania as they take up their duties at the Assembly headquarters here in Arusha. As the proud host of the East African community, the people and leadership of Tanzania continue to show unwavering dedication to regional unity. We look forward to the wisdom, leadership, and legislative experience of these new honorable members, including Honorable Fatuma Abubakar Kange, Honorable Posato David Chumi, and Honorable Kambarage Masato Wasira. The inclusion of these members from Somalia and Tanzania to the Eala reflects the respective national deep commitment and readiness to advance the socio-economic and political goals of our community. Their collective voices will enrich our debates, strengthen our laws, and drive us closer to true regional integration. I wish all our new members a highly successful, satisfying, deeply impactful and tenure as you impact together on this vital new chapter of East African community. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members of this August House, after those few introductory remarks, now allow me on behalf of the chairperson of the council to respond to some issues raised in this report. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to briefly to comment and give some observations on outstanding partner states' contributions. And Honorable Speaker, one, I want to thank all of you. You've been very kind to me. You said very good words about me. And as you all know me, I stand by the values and what I've always stood for. I'll be truthful, I'll be faithful, and where necessary, say this is possible and this is possible. I want to remain that civil servant who will always stand for the truth. And I know that truth will keep me free and set me free. Honorable Speaker, this has been an issue for many years. And on behalf of the council, please allow us to take note of this. And since the honorable chairperson is coming in tomorrow, I want to commit and say this, I'm taking great interest on it. I've been a voice many times because we know the situation of every partner state. But as the council, we cannot keep a blind eye to allow our community go down the trend. I want to give hope that his leadership, the SG, I know him, he has been my permanent secretary right when I was appointed, I found him in office in a different capacity, Honorable Balozi Mbundi. And I want to assure all of you that this is a job I'm going to be serious on with the help of the council. And Honorable Speaker, since I was appointed, I attended a number of council meetings, and I'm happy to say I'm seeing hope at the end of the tunnel. So I want to assure this August House that personally, as a council member, I would always wish to see all of you all the time. So issue of contributions, I'm going to be very serious on it. But of course, the summit has given the way, last summit, and I want to thank the presidents and summit members for their commitment. I was in part of the discussions, and I'm seeing that hope that Mwalimu Nyerere and the founding fathers, Kenyatta and Mzee Obote, had in their hearts. When I participated in the discussions, I've seen it, and everyone is clear that we want EAC to operate and be an example within the African Union. And I thank the president and members of the summit. Honorable Speaker, I will not respond to, and I want to say a new contribution formula. The summit had adopted a 50-50% hybrid model, 50% shared equally among all member states and 50% based on economic capacity. This replaces the old 65 equally contribution percent or 35 capacity based on formula. Implementation will commence on 1st July this year. Your Excellency, Honorable Speaker, I will not talk much about this because I have heard Honorable Musamali saying maybe it won't be a solution, but at least it is a commitment, and we all as human beings trying to find a better way to go about it. There's no easy solution about it, but at least we're trying with this, and we'll evaluate after this, the coming financial year, and then we'll report to you. But I'm saying there's no an easy solution to this, but we are very much committed. One thing I want to say, Honorable Speaker, and I thank most members of Parliament. You've talked about Honorable Ambassador Mbundi. I've had the privilege to work with him, and he was my permanent secretary. He worked under me for a few months, 4 months. When he left the office, I was a bit, confused somehow because I'd find, comfort in the ministry working with him. He's one of the best that Tanzania has offered to the community, and I want to bring that hope to you that Patrick Mbundi, Ambassador, is hardworking, very committed to what he means, and the same way he was defending the interests of Tanzania. As now I come to this house as a council member, I'm also going to somehow be defending the interests of Tanzania, but I know the same commitment he was committing for Tanzania is committing for East African community. And this should give you hope that, after evaluating the situation of the community, we as a country said, based on his experience, hard work, and commitment, Tanzania is offering this one unique person to the community, and where we have hope, and we're very much relaxed that, I feel he has done a lot so far. I know, and I will pause, Honorable Speaker, not to give a lot of details, but he has gone already miles, even as member of council, I would say it was maybe not going to be possible to call for this sitting, physically, but he committed, and I thank you, Honorable Mbondi. You've done a good job. And you are my colleagues, you know me. When somebody doesn't do it right, I will always say, and I want to remain to that. He has Asante Sana, and please, Honorable Mbundi, a lot of things were said about you. And as council, when they were commenting about meeting regularly, maybe twice a year, Ambassador Ndagiza has said it during your submission. And as council, we want to direct you, the Secretary General, to make that an official declaration that every year you should meet members of parliament twice, not less than twice, to discuss informally on issues that, pertain the community. So, and let me say that, the report is good. Congratulations, Honorable Chairperson. The report, I was by that time on the other side during my time in Kampala. I miss those good times, and I want to say before all of you colleagues and Honorable Speaker, I'm very thankful to the President of Tanzania, Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, for having appointed me a council member. When I was being appointed, I was doing my regular parliamentary work in Dodoma, and I was taken by surprise. My phone was calling a number of times, and I decided to pick one call, and all of a sudden I was told, you are appointed the Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs. And this was a good surprise, being, from a Maasai village of a non-educated in terms of formal education, mother and father, they have not gone to even class 1. My family has never been in government. And when I was appointed, it was a big surprise. And I take pride for being part of Eala. You have nurtured me and trained me. You have made me a brother, and this will always remain in my heart. I love all of you, and please, during your time in Eala, rely on me, either formally or informally. I want to say I will always be that James, a brother, a caring brother, and a person who means what he says. I want to assure you. So I want to assure the House that, Honorable Speaker, our Council has taken note of all the recommendations, and we're taking pride of you all, and we will respond in due time. I know time is not so much on our side. I want to just say, Honorable Maina, please, power will never change me, and I will never be different. Expect that from me. And being human being, I might make mistakes, so please come with advise me. But I want to say I will always remain that person. Financial implications. There was an issue about the bank and the EADB bank. Please, Honorable Secretary General, there was a decision by the summit. You remember. I want to give a bit of history. During that ugly collapse of the East African community, this bank was going bankrupt. So in order to save it, there was a decision that let's sell shares and find new partners. That decision saved what we have today. So different countries, different stakeholders came in, and bought shares, but still a number of countries within the community have shares. And I take note, being a member of parliament before and now council member, I want to direct the Secretary General to look into it critically and objectively and find a way under which East Africans will be informed of this bank through the parliament. I should not assume that, there's something being hidden in the financing and running of the bank. So why not to let members of parliament know exactly what is happening about it? As council, I'm taking also note of this, and I wish during our council meetings, I wish to see a report about it and how East Africans in general will be informed of this bank. It cannot be talked about every year in, year out. We should come to a conclusion and find a legal way on which we can intervene as a community. Your Excellency, it is my first time really to respond to these issues. And there was an issue about duty-free. I know I've been receiving a number of calls, and now as a council member from Tanzania, let me just say, it was not a mistake to make Tanzania a host of the East African community. We still want to assure East Africans that heart of Tanzania to comfort every East African still there. And we want all of you to feel home as you have always felt. And this issue to do with diplomatic number plates, and I thank you, Somali, you have said it right. There was a recommendations on how to deregister a number of vehicles when somebody leaves office, and this will take charge. And maybe it has been somehow a mistake of the council or the office of the Secretary General. And please, Secretary General, we want in the next session, we should give clarity about this. I know, and I want to thank the Secretary General. I know some colleagues have imported vehicles. And to mention one is Honorable Jacqueline Amodin. But Tanzania has taken charge of that aspect. And we will brief to you, not to Parliament, but just be assured that the issue is well handled by the government of Tanzania. So, yeah. And last, but really to say the council, Honorable Speaker, there are a number of issues. I also want to urge a few members. I know most of you are committed. It's my first time to see the Somali group, and I'm very excited to see all of you. And Karibuni in the community. It's really nice. I've had interaction with the ambassador when the president of Somalia came in, and it was really a good interaction. And thank you. I'm also excited one day to come to Somalia, Mogadishu, and I'm looking forward to it very soon. Yes, please, members of parliament, however much it is our duty as council and summit to emphasize and to urge member states to pay their contributions, I also want to come back to you. I know most of you are well connected. I know, for instance, Honorable Balozi Ndagiza, kaka yangu, Honorable the working encyclopedia of Kenya, my brother, and most of you, I know, like when we wanted issue to do with the government of Uganda, we would run to my brother, George. Sankok has been of help. KK, say, I want to call upon you, members of parliament, to use your connections and diplomatic channels to urge your government, if a member state, to also voluntarily pay, voluntarily to contribute. But as council member, I know what is in my heart. I'll use all diplomatic means to pursue every member state to honor their treaty obligations. And this, take it from me. Honorable Secretary General, please, let's immediately find a way to convene a meeting and find a way to help you. You have my support, and I know I've talked to a number of council members. They're extremely very committed. So please make use of our presence, because we'll be there for you and there for East Africa. After saying this, members of parliament, Honorable Speaker, let me just conclude by saying thank you for this opportunity. And I will not take much time, but I know time is not on our side. We're almost winding up. There's one report that is not yet tabled. I don't know. I've seen it in the agenda. I don't know whether we're gonna go to finish it. But thank you, Honorable Speaker. Most of your recommendations are well taken, and council will respond and give updates on your observations. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I'd go to the Honorable SJ. I think he has responded for you, EADB and everything. But Andrew, you are still with us. Even tomorrow, we'll have maybe questions to answer when the chair will be with us. So, Honorable Chair of the committee, you have the floor.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me an opportunity again to make clarifications on the issues which have been raised by the members. Right Honorable Speaker, I'll start by saying, well, the committee was doing its duty. We were encountered by one challenge that during that time, Uganda was in elections and even Tanzania was in election. So the last meeting that we had in Tanzania, it ended abruptly and somehow disrupted our work. Well, we are in Kampala. Some members were in position not to attend because we are busy in campaigns. And probably the report of 2023, some members could have missed some important points because of the schedule by that time. But I would like strongly clarify that the report of 2023 and 2024 are very different. And if we give just an insight of it, the budget of 2023 in the reports is 115,741,802. And the budget of 2024 is 117,764,662. And when we look at the outstanding, Burundi outstanding in 2024 was 20,479,682. That is in the report of 2024. And in the report of 2023, Burundi's outstanding was 17,917,319. And I'd like to inform the House that all the reports are adopted by the members after thorough discussion. So the report of 2023 was adopted by all members of the committee, and we never had a minority report. So which means that all members of the committee, they agreed to the report. And the report of 2024, Right Honorable Speaker, I just want to report to you that members have had good time. We've not had the challenges that we had while we are looking at the report of 2023. And the report of 2024 is already adopted. So if there were challenges, if there were similarities, I'm very sure members of the committee would have raised those issues and probably they wouldn't have adopted the report of 2024. Therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to say that the report of 2023 was done with due diligence and every issue was covered. And the issues here which members have raised, I want to say that Honorable Gideon, you've talked about the waiver. The issue of the waiver, why it is still in the report, it is simply that the auditors say they never got any evidence, but they are well informed that South Sudan was given a waiver, but they just need an evidence to that. Another issue is about postmortem. Yes, we are dealing with a report which has issues of postmortem, but the issues why they keep on recurring, it is because the Committee of Accounts has powers close to those of the High Court. The Committee of Accounts can drop a query or can carry it forward. So what is happening in Accounts Committee reports that most of the queries have not been dropped. So that's why you'll always find similar issues. Even if the report is to be carried out for 20 years, if the issues are still outstanding, the report will still hold the same issues. So other issues have been overtaken by events. For example, issues of, in the report, we talk about the bills outstanding, but some bills were cleared, like of recent, the appropriation bill was assented to, and also the statistics bill was assented to, much as it is in the report as among the bills which haven't assented to. Issues of the remittances, those ones will always be in the report because they are still a challenge in the East African community. Members, issues which have not responded to, and you still need clarification, I refer you to our detailed report, which I laid on table in Kampala. I'll go straight in acknowledging Right Honorable Speaker, the Audit Commission, and the management of various organizations, institutions for the excellent facilitation according to us, well, we are executing our duties. And I'll thank the members of the committee for the good work that they did. The Honorable Minister has forgotten to mention that he's part of the audit report of 2023 as adopted by all members, including the Minister of the Staff. The members of the committee, we have Honorable Veronica Kadogo. We have Honorable Apollo Rose Opulo. We have Honorable Odong George Stephen. We have Ambassador Fatuma Ndagiza. We have Honorable Msanga Batali Clement. We have Honorable Tazana Francine. We have Honorable Dr. Bolo Ipendo Desire. We have Honorable Kalawa Geraldine. We have Honorable Media James Keyansi. We have Honorable Muhammad Nadra Juma. We have Honorable Dr. Salima Gladness. We have Honorable Guy Den. We have Honorable Wuda Jeremiah Odoki. We have Honorable Aro Gabriel Garanga Ahel. We have Honorable Untazirena Gabriel. We have Honorable Dr. Chibeis Saidi. We have Honorable Kenzimana Kathy. We have Honorable Odinga Winnie. We have Honorable Kalonzo Kennedy Mushoka. And then we have Honorable Hassan Omar. And honorable members, allow me to thank the members who have ably participated on this report. We have Honorable Gideon Gatspan. We have Honorable Seranda Gerards Black. We have Honorable Carol Kayonga Rivang. We have Honorable Musamali. We have Honorable Rose Apol Apulo. We have Honorable Godfrey Minor. We have Honorable Kalonzo. We have Honorable Faizo Robo. Right, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, and I beg to report.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Let me put immediately this question. That the report of the Committee on Accounts on the EAC audited accounts for the financial year ended 30th June 2023 be adopted. Those in favor say aye. To the contrary say nay. The ayes have it.
We proceed with item 4. Report of the Committee on Communication, Trade and Investment on the oversight activity to assess the progress made in operationalizing one-stop border post in the EAC partner states by way of motion.
Honorable Chair, you move your motion.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I move that the report on the oversight activity to assess progress in operationalizing one-stop border post in EAC partner states be
be adopted.
Yes. Do you have seconders? Caroline? Kibea? Ah. The whole house. Now you can justify your motion.
Procedure, Mr. Speaker.
Sorry? Who is?
Mr. Speaker, procedure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I first of all want to state that I'm a member of this committee, and so I'm privy to the report and the activity. Mr. Speaker, this is a very important report that deserves good time and good debate. I therefore want to propose through you, Mr. Speaker, if you can allow, given the fact that it's coming at 6 o'clock, that we put this important report tomorrow when we have enough time to do good justice to it. And considering that trade is one of the most important pillars of our integration. And this particular report is looking at an activity that visited a number of one-stop border posts. Mr. Speaker, I want to beg that we consider this report tomorrow when our minds, body, and soul are into it and we can give it justice. I wish to beg, Mr. Speaker.
Tomorrow, have you visited the program of tomorrow? When should we, at what time? Tomorrow there is completely packed. And tomorrow they start from 8 morning. From 8, and we will have our plenary at 4:30 in the afternoon. You know, we have this, our chair is arriving today, and the consultation with the GP will start from tomorrow morning, and a consultation with the other stakeholders. And we have a women caucus, and in the afternoon we'll have GP report. The only time we could save for this CTI was today. So, honorable members, please try to be strong enough. Even me, I have been here, I haven't even moved. And I am not younger than you. But let's try. So you have the floor. Yes, Honorable Amongin.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to move a motion. Excuse me. I would like to move a motion that we suspend the rule so that we are able to extend the time of the debate of our plenary here and then continue with the debate of the committee of CTI. I beg to move.
Do you have seconders? You are seconded by the whole house. So I put the question, honorable members, I immediately put the question that those who are in favor of Honorable Amongin motion, they say aye. Those to the contrary say nay. The ayes have it. Can proceed.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg your indulgence and the indulgence of the House so that I don't read word by word, but I take what is important. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. So on the introduction, allow me to go to page 5, paragraph 2, saying during phase 1 of the activity, which took place on 16th to 18th March 2026, the committee operated through 4 subcommittees. Each subcommittee simultaneously covered one of the following one stop border post: Holili Taveta, Rusumo, Busia, and Kobero Kabanga. The objective of the oversight was to assess the progress made in the operationalizing of the OSPP, identify challenges and opportunities in the implementation of the OSPPs, strengthen collaboration between various stakeholders, make recommendations to different stakeholders toward addressing the challenges identified. Let's go straight to page 6 on findings. The first OSPP visited, Holili Taveta. The Holili Taveta OSPP constitutes a vital connection between the United Republic of Tanzania and the Republic of Kenya. Paragraph 2, the OSPP was recognized as one of the highest performing border posts in terms of revenue generation, a success attributed to strong bilateral cooperation between the United Republic of Tanzania and the Republic of Kenya. On matters regarding the legal framework, the committee established that the Taveta Holili OSBP operate under the EAC OSBP framework. And the recommendation, the committee recommends to the Assembly to add the Council to fast track the assent of the East African Community Standardization, Accreditation and Conformity Assessment Bill 2023 and accelerate the harmonization of national laws and regulations. This will facilitate the smooth flow of trade among partner states within the EAC and strengthen the effectiveness of the one-stop border post framework. On institutional coordination, all key border agencies were present during the visit, comprising 21 government agencies on Tanzania side and 17 government agencies on the Kenya side. I go straight to E. Noted the presence of a border management committee, that the committee noted the presence of a border management committee composed of all government agencies and other law enforcement agencies, chaired by the Kenya Revenue Authority with immigration serving as a deputy chair. The BMC meet monthly and coordinate multi-agency joint border committee meetings and patrols along the Kenya-Tanzania border on a quarterly basis. The committee noted the significant coordination challenges among multiple agencies arising from overlapping mandates and the limited structured engagement mechanisms. These shortcomings have resulted in unnecessary delays, increased the cost, and wasted time for traders. Recommendation: the committee recommended to the Assembly to add the Council to urge border management authorities to integrate border agencies to simplify clearance processes and streamline operations, thereby reducing bureaucracy delay in line with the OSPP framework. Direct the EAC Secretariat to develop a standardized importation document to expedite clearance procedure and minimize the processing time across partner states. Develop and adopt clear, harmonized guidelines for information and resources sharing with the OSPPs to promote transparency, efficiency, and effective coordination among all agencies. On customs operations and border efficiencies, the committee outlined that cargo clearance at a traditional two-stop border post was observed to take between 3 and 5 days, whereas at the one-stop border post, the service level agreement stipulates clearance within 24 hours. The OSPP has improved the clearance efficiency through joint inspection of goods and cargo and operationalization of single custom territory framework. Truck clearance delays ranging from 4 to 5 hours to as long as 15 days were noted. Operational disparities were noted, with Tanzania running the OSPP on 24 hours, while Kenya is unable to match with due to staff shortage. The Taveta already OSPP has experienced a significant surge in business, with truck volume rising from 20,000 in 2023 to 32,000 in 2025. While this growth highlights the corridor's expanding role in regional trade, it has created an urgent need to expand the parking areas to accommodate the increased traffic. Varying security bonds system were noted across partner states. As Tanzania is not a member of COMESA, it lacks access to the regional bond tracking mechanism, making it impossible to verify traders' bond payment. This gap has been identified as a key contributor to cargo clearance delays. The committee recommended to the Assembly to the Council to urge border managers' authority to enforce strict documentation standard by introducing a standardized form requiring a mandatory pre-lodgement of documents at origin and providing incentives for timely compliance to prevent clearance delays and ensure efficient customs assessment. Urge the United Republic of Tanzania to consolidate inspection checkpoints in Moshi and strengthen interagency coordination to eliminate repeated inspections along routes such as the Boma Road and the Ferejini. Urge the United Republic of Tanzania and the Republic of Kenya to establish a mini customs, immigration, and the clearing service facility between Tarakeya, Loitoko, and the Holili Taveta to enhance ease to trade for local trader and help prevent the use of illegal routes. Urge the Republic of Kenya to strengthen the operational capacity of Taveta site to enable 24 hours functioning of the OSPP. Urge partner states to adopt and promote the use of EAC customs bond as a harmonized regional mechanism. With regard to ICT systems, the community outlined that cargo tracking system exists and is operational. Customs systems are integrated among partner states. However, several challenges remain, including the use of different systems, varying level of implementation of customs regimes, disparities in technological advancement, and the limited knowledge of customs system and procedure. A 3 to 5 day delay was noted in clearing good transiting for warehousing in Kigali, Rwanda. The delay system was due to errors generated when data transmitted from the system as CUDA and the tranches record a zero security bond value instead of the assessment amount. Recommendation: the committee recommended to the Assembly to urge the Council to urge the partner states to harmonize their customs system by adopting interoperable platforms, standardizing the implementation of regimes, upgrading technology, and enhancing the trainings to build the capacity and improve efficiency. Urge the Republic of Tanzania and the Republic of Rwanda to collaborate to harmonize the ASCUDA and TANCHIS interface, ensuring accurate transmission of security bond value. On infrastructure adequacy, the committee outlined that inadequate parking bays have forced the trucks into road shoulder, causing road damages, congestion, and accident. The OSPP lacks modern cargo scanner, CCTV camera, and adequate lighting. Health checkpoints are established on both sides of the border with the protective equipment available. However, Kenya side lacks an ambulance. A lack of specialized equipment for inspection and analysis was noted, and inadequate ICT equipment such as the laptop, computer, printers, and the power backups was noted, limiting operational efficiency. Limited supporting infrastructure was noted also concerning service delivery. Recommendation, the committee recommends to the Assembly to expand and modernize the OSPP, urge border manager authorities to enhance resource sharing between both borders, and urge the United Republic of Tanzania and the Republic of Kenya to invest in a modern cargo scanner, CCTV surveillance system, and ICT equipment at key inspection points. On trade facilitation, regarding passenger processing, the committee observed the immigration processes have been streamlined with the first-time traveler cleared in about 5 minutes and frequent travelers in roughly 3 minutes. Traffic congestion at border posts continues to delay cargo movement. Partner states impose restrictions on regional produced goods, limiting entry into other partner states. And the current arrangement permitting passport-free movement with the only 10 kilometers of the border constrains the cross-border trade and limits social interaction. A recommendation, the committee recommended to the Assembly to urge the Council to urge partner states to enhance infrastructure and operational procedures by expanding physical facilities and establish clear demarcation between perishable and non-perishable cargo with fast-track lanes to minimize the spoilage and the financial losses for traders. Urge partner states to remove restrictive measures and implement the common market protocol. Urge partner states to extend the free border movement zone from the current 10 kilometers to at least 25 kilometers. To support the traders and the private sector engagement, the committee observed inadequate stakeholders engagement prior to the implementation of the new policy, limited awareness of OSPP procedures to small-scale traders, mandatory use of Safaricom payment method on the Kenya side, which contributed to delay for those without access to Safaricom services. Absence of effective complaint mechanism with no support hotlines and reliance on individual for assistance. Deployment of officers to the OSPP without the prior training on operations of OSPPs. Harassment along transport route, including repeated document checks, demand of bribes, and informal payment, which causes delays, increase inefficiency, and undermine the transparency in good movement. The vulnerability of paper-based documentation, noting that such form can easily be damaged and destroyed. While information desks are available at Wolili Taveta OSPP, there is no help desk, suggestion box, or gender desk, limiting support and feedback mechanisms. What flowing from Mount Kilimanjaro to the Kenya side in Aloitok, I don't know how to pronounce, I'm sorry, is being sold to residents in Tanzania. Recommendations, the committee recommends to urge border management authorities to establish a structured and consistent framework for OSPP engagement with the private sector. Urge border manager authority to conduct targeted outreach on EAC simplified trade regime procedure using accessible channels such as digital platform, media, and other means. Urge the border management authorities to introduce inclusive payment options at border posts by allowing multiple mobile money platforms. Urge the border management authorities to adopt a digital complaint system which include the customer service hotline. Urge partner states to ensure that all officers deployed to OSPP undergo mandatory pre-deployment trainings. Urge border manager authorities to work closely with the police authorities to curb corruption, dismantle illegal checkpoints, and sensitize officers to stop harassing traders. Digitize customs and trade documentation to reduce reliance on paper-based form. Urge border management authorities to establish a help desk, suggestion box, and gender desk at the Holili Taveta OSPP. Urge the Republic of Kenya and the United Republic of Tanzania to establish a joint framework to regulate and manage the flow of water from Mount Kilimanjaro to ensuring equitable access for both Kenya and Tanzania communities. This will promote fair cross-border cooperation. Regarding gender and inclusivity, the committee observed that there is no significant gaps regarding gender and inclusivity on the Tanzania side. However, notable gaps exist on the Kenya side, including inadequate facilities for women traders, such as breastfeeding center and sheds, lack of infrastructure for persons with a disability, absence of social welfare facilities. Recommendation to urge border manager authorities to develop gender-sensitive facilities that support women traders, and urge border manager authorities to mainstream gender into customs and clearance processes. In security and compliance, the committee observed existence of numerous porous and illegal routes along the border, which make it easy for offenders to cross undetected on either side. On the lack of anti-smuggling detectors and a shortage of patrol vehicles were noted, weakening border enforcement capacity. Recommendation: urge border management authorities to sustain taxpayers' education on the simplified procedures, and urge border management authority to invest in anti-smuggling detection equipment and increase the availability of patrol vehicle and fuel. Urge border manager authorities to conduct a regular joint patrol and establish a monitoring and reporting mechanism on porous border illegal route usage and the smuggling activities. Allowing me to go to Busia. On the same page 15, Busia one-stop border post. The Busia one-stop border post connecting Kenya to Uganda has been fully operational since 2018 and plays a pivotal role in facilitating trade along the northern corridor. As one of the busiest land crossing, Busia remains a vital gateway for regional trade, especially in agricultural products, manufactured goods, and small-scale commerce. Assessing on legal assessment, the Busia one-stop border post operates within the framework of the East African Community legal framework, and the committee was informed that joint procedures are being effectively implemented through structured coordination mechanisms, and they give some examples. Joint verification processes at entry and exit point between Uganda and Kenya. Joint security agencies work together to address security challenges emerging. Joint inspection by the affected parties, mainly by the relevant competent authorities, to address the issues of sanitary and On institutional coordination, the committee observes that all key border agencies are present at the Busia OSPP. I don't need to mention them. And the committee outlined the following observation. On customs or operations, there is a joint inspection conducted by the Ministry of Agriculture in case of Uganda and in Kenya, while the Kenya Plant Health Inspectorate Services oversees phytosanitary issues. Inspections are undertaken to ensure plant production meet health standards and prevent the spread of pests. A system is in place to certify and sample agricultural products in line with the African Community Sanitary Standard. Samples are tested for pests and aflatoxin. Infected goods are re-exported or destroyed. A lack of storage facility and laboratory services for testing was noted as well. On G, sample to be sent to are to be sent to Kampala, Uganda, or Nairobi, Kenya, causing delays and undermining timely, efficient, and service delivery because there is no laboratory on the place. The single customs territory is operational in accordance with the established framework, and a simplified trade regime and trade desk are operational at the border. However, the committee received the request from the representatives of the Small Traders Association requesting that the threshold amount should be increased from 2,000 USD to 5,000 USD. Despite the above framework, the committee observed that due to the limited facilities, the single customs territory is not functioning fully as it would have been. The committee recommend or urge partner states to strengthen integrated border management, to establish accredited on-site sampling and testing laboratories as a critical component of agriculture trade to ensure export and import and export meet safety, quality, and the quarantine standard. Encourage border management and the customs agencies to strengthen data and image sharing practices. This is a recommendation. The committee recommended to establish an appropriate committee to consider the request of increasing the threshold amount from 2,000 USD to 5,000 USD. On border efficiency, the committee observed that subject to risk management processes, cargo clearance times range between 12 and 24 hours. And traffic generally flowed smoothly with limited congestion. However, certain aspects of congestion were observed due to narrow road and inadequate parking facilities on both Kenya and Uganda side of Busia. Recommendation to undertake deliberate and urgent measures to expand and upgrade the road leading into and out of Busia OSPP and to facilitate the acquisition of land and provide fair compensation to property owners near the OSPP station, thereby creating additional space to ease congestion. On ICT system, the committee observed that customs systems are integrated within the information sharing facilitated through the centralized platform under the customs, the single customs territory. Cargo monitoring is operational through the electronic cargo monitoring system, where tracking begins upon arrival and continues through to the final destination. Recommendation to enhance the centralized customs system by integrating other regulatory agencies to enable faster decision-making and a stronger inter-agency collaboration, and to harmonize and fully integrate cargo a traffic system across the northern and central corridor to ensure seamless operation, greater efficiency, and reliable monitoring throughout the region. On infrastructure, the committee observed where bridges at Busia were found to be fully operational, existing cargo inspection yard lack sufficient space, parking facilities are insufficient, and they recommend Busia border management to expand and upgrade the cargo inspection yard. On passenger processes, the committee noted immigration processes are streamlined in line with OSPP operation design, and passenger and cargo segregation lanes are lacking due to infrastructure constraints. The committee recommend to prioritize infrastructure road design and expansion to establish risk-based category-specific lanes for passengers, cargo, and fast track, and supporting amnesty, ensuring efficient and predictable cross-border movement in line with the trade facilitation principles. On support to traders, simplified trade regime is operational. Clearing agents were not satisfied with the procedure due to the following: lack of harmonization of immigration and cross-border movement policy, inadequate transport infrastructure, particularly the Busia-Kisumu corridor, limited cargo holding and staging area, constraining turnaround times, power outage affecting continuity of automated customs and immigration system, multiple and duplicative inspection by different agencies. The committee recommend that the OSPP adopt risk-based inspection, mutual recognition, and a single inspection framework. On private sector engagement, the committee noted traders are regularly consulted through a structured stakeholders engagement platform, and the formal grievance redress and client feedback mechanism are in place. On gender and inclusivity, the committee outlined gender responsible facilities and intervention for women cross-border traders are available, and persistent logistical constraint, limited access to timely, simplified, and user-friendly information, accessibility provisions for persons with a disability are inadequate. The OSPP design does not sufficiently incorporate universal accessibility standard, including ramps, accessible restroom, designated parking, and wide access point. On a recommendation to ensure that all future OSPP infrastructure complies with the universal design and inclusivity standard. On security, the committee observed anti-smuggling measures remain weak due to a porous 55-kilometer border. Non-intrusive inspection, scanner, and surveillance system are functional, but risk management and the real-time data sharing need to be optimized. Recommendation: the committee recommend to urge border management to strengthen border surveillance using technology, drones, sensors, ECTS integration, and to enhance community-based compliance program and expand tax education and formalization initiatives for informal traders. Allow me to go to Rusumo. On legal operation of Rusumo, the Rusumo OSPP operate within the legal framework established under the East African Community One-Stop Border Post. Joint border procedures are in place, and the passengers queue were at that time noted at immigration window when crossing into both Rwanda and Tanzania. On institutional coordination, all agencies required by law are present and operational. a joint border management committee composed of head of all lead agencies and co-chaired by border manager from both partner states, meet quarterly to address situational and regulatory challenges. The committee recommends to urge the Republic of Rwanda to reconsider the removal of standard officers from border, emphasizing the importance of balancing trade facilitation with public health safeguard. Urge border manager to address concerns raised by traders and the clearing agent, particularly dispute over rice grading, high taxes on milk products from Rwanda to Tanzania, and the permit fees imposed on Rwanda travelers to Tanzania. The committee outlined the following. Joint cargo inspection are conducted at the border. The border operate under the single customs territory framework, and noted the challenges with cargo originating from the port of Mombasa to Rusumo via Taveta Horiri. The cargo tracking system of the northern corridor and the central corridor do not read each other. Therefore, traders, transporters execute a bond at Mombasa, which expires at Horiri as cargo crosses into the central corridor. They are required to execute a second bond to ensure cargo transit in the United Republic of Tanzania. These result in delays and increased cost. The committee recommends to design a deliberate policy to solve the challenges of territorial geofencing of corridor operations to enable citizens of the EAC choose the most convenient but legally accepted transit route in the region if they need it, helps save cost and time. On border efficiency, the committee noted border efficiency has greatly improved at Rusumo, OSPP. Increased the trade volume have led to higher traffic and passenger flows, causing a congestion. And on ICT system, the committee observed customs system between Rwanda and Tanzania are not integrated, hindering optimal efficiency under the single window framework. Noted that the cargo tracking system along the central corridor is operational, and recommend under the customs union to explore adopting a common interconnected software for customs clearance in order to reduce fragmentation and enhance efficiency. On infrastructure adequacy, the committee noted significant infrastructure development on both sides of the border, inadequate parking space for cargo inspection. Rusumo has no way bridge. Tanzania relies on measurements taken by partner teams at the port and along the highway, while Rwanda deploys mobile way bridges along the route to Kigali. The Rusumo border post lacks a scanner on both the Tanzania and the Rwanda side. Parking space is inadequate due to increased traffic. Recommendation urge Rusumo border management to expand the customs area in line with the business growth and route diversion. Increasingly, truckers from Mombasa port are opting for the central corridor via Horiri Taveta to Rusumo, as it is shorter and avoid northern corridor congestion. On trade facilitation and passenger processing, the committee observed passenger processes are streamlined with immigration officers operating concurrently on both sides of the border, and Rwanda citizens entering Tanzania are required to pay a USD 100 fee if they stay beyond the 3 months, which contravenes the EAC Common Market Protocol. Absence of separate lanes for buses and the cars, while cargo trucks follow a different regime. Officers at Rusumo stressed the importance of a separate lane for explosive and inflammable to isolate dangerous cargo and expedite clearance. On recommendation, to review the $100 entry fee with a view to harmonize operations across EAC border posts and ensure compliance with the laws, rules, and regulations of the East African community, and introduce separate lanes to expedite clearance. On support to trade, the committee noted clearing agents expressed the satisfaction with the OSPP operations and noted concerns from clearing agent that customs officials on Tanzania side should minimize opening containers, particularly those carrying fragile cargo in transit, as verification procedures have occasionally resulted in damage. Good values below 2,000 USD qualify for clearance under the simplified trade regime. And traders and agents that noted the concern from traders and the agent that although local cross-border market exists, selling goods such as milk, such as beans, fruits, and the other fresh produce remains difficult due to lack of certification. Private sector engagement, the committee noted effective engagement with the private sector at Rusumo and observed that border management at Rusumo effectively addressed client concerns through quarterly meetings. On recommendation, enhance sensitization of border communities on their right of movement under EAC laws and protocols. On gender and inclusivity, border management follows a non-discriminatory approach while giving special consideration to pregnant and breastfeeding women to ensure fast clearance. And the border facilities are equipped with special zones to ensure easy access for persons with disability. Security and compliance, the committee noted the OSPP is secure, well light and fenced with the manned gate at 24 hours CCTV surveillance. The committee noted the absence of a scanner to screen passenger baggage. The committee observed the 52 porous border outletted along the Rusumo border, complicating anti-smuggling effort due to the vast area and limited personnel. Recommendation, urge border management acquire a scanner to screen passenger baggage, thereby enhancing security, preventing smuggling, supporting enforcement, and improving efficiency. Allow me to go straight to Kabanga Kobero. Kabanga Kobero, OSPP, where both Burundi and Tanzania operate facilities side by side in the country of entry, functions under the OSPP, EAC OSPP Act. No major legal conflict between national laws and the EAC framework were reported, confirming effective legal harmonization and the recognition of the supranational application of EAC laws. The committee outlined the imposition of domestic levies on agricultural products, mainly maize and avocado, in transit by the local government in Kabanga, side Tanzania. Inconsistencies in applying regional frameworks, particularly under the simplified trade regime, and inconsistencies in road toll regime between Tanzania and Burundi, which undermine the principle of free movement of goods, while Burundi apply a fixed rate of US 72 road toll, Tanzania charges road toll per kilometer. The OSPP currently operate for limited hours, only 12 hours per day, which contributed to delays in clearance and border procedures. On H, the difference in road toll structure adversely affect the cross-border movement of goods by increasing cost for transporters and complicating a cross-border trade logistics. Recommendation: urge the government of Tanzania to coordinate with the local government in Kabanga to address the issue of domestic taxes irregularly charged to goods in transit from Burundi. Direct the EAC Secretariat to undertake capacity building for various stakeholders on the simplified trade regime. To develop a regional policy on road toll and other national charges which affect cross-border movement of goods. And urge the government of Burundi and the government of Tanzania to ensure that Kobero Kabanga operates 24 hours in line with the EAC regulatory framework. On institutional coordination, the OSPP demonstrates a comprehensive multi-agency model. And the committee noted the high-level coordination at the OSPP achieved through joint operations between Tanzania and the Burundi officials. The committee outlined delays in implementing the recommendations of the Joint Border Management Committee, particularly on the Burundi side, largely due to the centralized decision-making structures and the processes that require approval from authorities in Bujumbura, though slowing down operation response. There is lack of harmonization in institutional coordination structure. The OSPP success is underpinned by bilateral cooperation, which enhance stability, border predictability, trade flows, and stakeholders' confidence. Divergence in OSPP institutional coordination structures which affect the coordination dynamics. In a recommendation, to urge the government of Burundi and Tanzania to harmonize OSPP institutional coordination structure for smooth operation, and to urge the government of Burundi to decentralize the decision-making to the OSPP authority to ensure operational efficiency or otherwise address the reported delays in decision-making in relation to the OSPP operations. On customs operation at the OSPP demonstrate a high level of functional integration. And the committee outlined delays in clearance are frequently caused by trucks arriving without the complete customs documentation. And they reported the procedure and the coordination gap on the Burundi side of the OSPP affected the effectiveness of the single customs territory. Recommendation: urge the government of Burundi to conduct the capacity building and the sensitization of the various stakeholders to address the reported procedural and coordination gaps. On border efficiency, the OSPP core procedural principles including single stop for exit and entry clearance, joint control zone, direct flow of traffic to entry side control, and categorization of users for traffic management contributed to border operation efficiency. On the committee noted the presence of numerous informal crossing points contributing to smuggling and irregular immigration. The limited parking capacity and the control zone at the Burundi side, and the case of smuggling and irregular migration through porous borders between Burundi and Tanzania adversely affect the performance of the OSPP. On the recommendation to add the government of Burundi and Tanzania to enhance involvement of local authorities to address the issue of smuggling and irregular immigration. On ICT system, ICT integration is a key enabler of OSPP efficiency. Okay. On the infrastructure, adequate infrastructure is a key for OSPP or optimal functioning. It was reported that infrastructure constraints constitute one of the most significant challenges affecting the OSPP. Structure now approximately a decade old requires rehabilitation and upgrading to meet current demand and operational standard. On recommendation, the absence of cargo scanner on Tanzania side and the lack of passenger baggage scanner on the side of Burundi, resulting in reliance on manual processes, which are time-consuming and create inconvenience for travelers and the traders alike, and the reduced enforcement capacity. Inadequate firefighting equipment for both sides, unreliable electricity supply, and the absence of backup power system, such as generators at the side of Burundi, poor internet connectivity, shortage of staff accommodation, accessibility concerns were also noted, and also the reported infrastructure challenges, which have implication on the operations of the OSPP, including weakening enforcement capacity, security vulnerabilities due to under-detected smuggling, and reduced emergency response capability. On recommendation, urge the government of Burundi to fast-track the expansion of the Kobero OSPP, and urge the government of Tanzania to undertake infrastructure rehabilitation to upgrading the Kabanga OSPP. On facilitation, while the OSPP has improved the cross-border movement, challenges remain in streamlining passenger processing, particularly due to language barrier affecting small-scale traders, particularly women, who are struggling with the English-based documentation system. It was also reported cases of use of counterfeit vaccination card, particularly yellow fever certificates by travelers from Burundi due to centralization of issuing of vaccination card in Bujumbura, far from Kabanga or OSPP. Other concerns include the inadequate traveler document, especially for citizens of Democratic Republic of Congo, who mistakenly consider one-way go pass document as a valid travel document to re-enter Tanzania. A recommendation urge the government of Burundi and the Democratic Republic of Congo to carry out passenger and trade sensitization to the required travel document for cross-border movement, and to urge the government of Burundi to decentralize issuance of vaccination card against yellow fever at Kabanga OSPP. On private sector, although stakeholders engagement are conducted, traders reported the need for stronger complaint handling mechanism. On gender and inclusivity challenges persist, as facilities do not adequately accommodate women traders and persons with disability. On security and compliance, despite the presence of anti-smuggling mechanisms, porous borders and non-compliance by some traders continue to undermine formal procedure. Allow me to go to 9.0, border-specific findings. The first one is operational disparities at Taveta Holili. Those are specific by borders. Operational disparities at Taveta Holili, with the Tanzania side operating the OSPP on a 24-hour basis, while Kenya is unable to do so due to staff shortage. Customs system between Rwanda and Tanzania are not integrated, hindering optimal efficiency under the single window framework. Cargo from Mombasa to Rusumo via Taveta Holili faces delay and extra cost because the northern and the central corridor tracking system are not integrated. Mandatory use of Safaricom payment method at Taveta Holili on the Kenya side, which contributed to delays for those without access to Safari services. Rwanda citizens entering Tanzania are required to pay USD 100 fee if they stay beyond the 3 months, which contravenes the EAC Common Market Protocol. Noted disparities in the road toll regime between Tanzania and Burundi, but also Rwanda in the Tanzania, which undermined the principle of free movement of goods. On border general findings, I don't read everything. we have a observation regarding infrastructure challenges at the OSPP, poor coordination among multiple agencies, absence of cross-border data and information sharing, lack of harmonization of law and standard, system interoperability challenges, inefficiency border clearance processes, insecurity and compliance, limited trader awareness of OSPP procedures, inadequate staffing, and the lack of training at the OSPP. On recommendations, I don't read everything. Urge the Republic of Kenya to strengthen the operational capacity of Tabeta side to enable 24 hours functioning of the OSPP. Urge the United Republic of Tanzania and the Republic of Rwanda to collaborate to harmonize the ASCUDA TANSIS interface, ensuring accurate transmission of security bond value. Urge the partner states under the customs union to explore adopting a common interconnected software for customs clearance in order to reduce fragmentation of enhance efficiency. Urge the Taveta Horiri Border Management Authority to adopt inclusive payment system by enabling multiple mobile platform rather than restricting transaction to Safaricom. Review the 100 fee USD to harmonize operation across yes border posts and ensure compliance with the laws, rules, and the regulations of the East African community. Prioritize the review, upgrading, and modernization of OSPP infrastructure to align with the current and the projected trade volume. Integrate border agencies to simplify clearance processes and streamline operations. Establish harmonized cross-border data sharing mechanism through interoperable centralized platform. And fast-track the assent and operationalization of the East African Community Standardization, Accreditation, and Conformity Assessment Bill 2023. And urge partner states to harmonize the customs system, to establish a stricter timelines in the digital clearance system. Urge border management authority to enhance surveillance and enforcement along porous route by sustaining taxpayers' education. Urge border management authorities to strengthen stakeholders' awareness and also strengthening staffing level at OSPP. By conclusion, allow me to go to conclusion. The committee observed that OSPPs are a strategic instrument for advancing the EAC regional integration agenda, delivering tangible benefits such as faster cargo clearance, higher revenues, and improve the cross-border trade facilitation. Nevertheless, significant weaknesses remain: poor coordination among multiple agencies, inadequate infrastructure, porous border routes, frequent system failure, staff shortage, limited awareness of OSPP, procedures among small-scale traders, and persistent track clearance delays. The committee concluded that while OSPPs have demonstrated clear strength, their full potential is yet to be realized. Addressing the challenges requires not only infrastructure upgrades, but also stronger ICT system, harmonized legal framework, efficient institutions, and active participation of both the private sector and the border communities. Acknowledgement. The committee expresses its sincere appreciation to the government of Denmark for its financial support to the committee, and to the Directorate of Customs at the EAC Secretariat for mobilizing resources and enabled the successful undertaking of this oversight mission. The committee further extends its gratitude to all stakeholders for their cooperation and details briefing and engagement during the oversight mission. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable members, the motion on the floor is that the report of the Committee on Communication, Trade and Investment on the oversight activity to assess the progress made in operationalizing one-stop border posts in the EAC partner states be adopted. Debate is open. We have the Honorable Clement. Can you please help me to get the names, the list? We have Clement, Honorable Gladness, Honorable Dangiza, Honorable Sankok, and Honorable Kambarage. We also have Honorable Mary Mugenyi. Thank you, Honorable Sankok. Give me the list. We start with who? Honorable Msanga Batware.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for granting me this opportunity to contribute to the debate on this report of the Committee on Communication, Trade and Investment. They did an oversight activity which was undertaken to assess progress made in operationalization of OSPPs in the East African community. Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I wish to congratulate the chair of this committee and all members of CTI for the remarkable work they have undertaken in conducting this oversight activity. Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members, where I commend the progress made in establishing and operationalizing OSPPs across the community, which was significantly facilitated the free movement of goods, free movement of persons. Several challenges still persist as highlighted in this present report. When you read on page 38, these challenges include, but not limited to the followings: inadequate infrastructure at some border posts, incomplete integration of customs systems, which continues to hinder optimal efficiency under the single customs territory and the single window framework, the mandatory use of safari compartment method at the Teveta-Horiri border post, which creates delays and inefficiencies, and other operational administrative bottlenecks affecting the smooth movement of people and goods. Right, Honorable Speaker, honorable members, the East African community, as we are all aware, has a range of telecommunication companies and financial services which can be used to provide services in terms of payment. There is no reason to ask people moving who are crossing the border to use only one telecommunication company. I therefore urge the Council of Ministers to ensure that all one-stop border posts are fully operational and adequately equipped with the necessary infrastructure, modern equipment such as scanners, integrated digital systems, and sufficient human resource to enhance efficiency and service delivery to the persons crossing borders. Addressing these challenges will further strengthen regional trade, reduce transaction costs, improve revenue collection, and advance the objectives of East African Community Integration Agenda. With those few remarks, Right Honorable Speaker, before I close my communication, as the chair of EAPNAC, East African Parliamentary Network Against Corruption, I take this opportunity to congratulate the newly appointed Secretary General of EAC, Ambassador Stephen Patrick Mbundi. I want to assure him that we are ready to collaborate with the Secretariat. I would like also be grateful if he can help us to enact the safety bill, ethics and anti-corruption bill, which is not assented to as by now. I want to thank Honorable Minister Milia for your presence and commitment to advance Eala higher. Your presence is a sign of commitment and collaboration. With these few remarks, I support the report and beg to submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Sanga Bakwari. Let's go to Honorable Mary Mugenyi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to start by thanking our chair for ably presenting our report. And I would urge all the members to take time and read it, particularly those who are not members of the committee, because I think that there are a number of important issues that pertain to the success or inadequacies in our integration process. Mr. Speaker, there are areas where you can say that trade has been successful, the one-stop border posts have succeeded, and they are highlighted, and they are quite a number. So when we point at those that have not been done properly, we should not give an impression that actually the one-stop border posts are failing. They are actually doing well. And in most cases, if we can put on the scale of measuring the output, you'll find that most things are being done well, and that trade is advancing and the results are showing. However, there are definitely issues that can be avoided. For example, while I support the United Republic of Tanzania on charging fees that are different from how the Republic of Burundi or the Republic of Rwanda are charging, in that for countries with shorter distances, they are charging a fixed rate. And those countries where the trucks have to move a long distance, they are charging per kilometer. That one is excusable and understandable. However, what is not really excusable is the fact that that system then benefits the Tanzanian truck drivers at the cost or expense of the drivers of the other partner state truck owners and drivers. And that needs to be corrected so that the same measure applies to all. If we are measuring by distance, because there is the cost of maintaining roads and so on, let that apply to all East African business owners and operators. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, consistently there are issues that you can say, indeed, that they will be improved and maybe they are unavoidable or they can be excused, but there are others that are clearly in contravention of the treaty or the policies of East Africa. And I'll mention a few. If you go to the border specific findings, you'll find that number one, for example, operational disparities. Where one side, Tanzania is doing it right, 24-hour border operations, while on the Kenya side, it's only 12 hours. That's not excusable. That's contravention of what the policies or the treaty is supposed to be, or the purpose of establishing the one-stop border post, which is to ensure efficiency in business, increased operations,
And so better earnings for East Africans. Let's go to number 8, same. I've just picked on 9, border specific findings. If you go to number 5 of 9. Now, where citizens of a country, in this case, Rwanda, to be able to go to Tanzania and spend more than 3 months, they have to be charged. That is really contravening the East African Common Market Protocol, $100. While the other way around is not true. East Africans are supposed to enter and leave wherever they want, as long as you are following the procedure, but not being charged. So that's a wrong. And indeed, it's against the treaty for the EAC. Look at number 7. Kabanga Kobero currently operating, I think I had mentioned that. It is the same as number 1. Then number 8, lastly. We noted that local authorities in Kabanga, Tanzania, impose domestic levies on agricultural produce in transit. That's an NTB, isn't it? Why? Why would goods from one partner states be charged a levy on transit? This is wrong and needs to be addressed. I therefore call on the Council of Ministers to address these anomalies. And I wish that this report could be read. I beg to submit to my speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Now we go to Honorable Gladness, then to Honorable Fatuma Ndangiza, then Honorable Kambarage, and Sanko.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me this opportunity to contribute to the report. And I really appreciate the chair for a good presentation and the members for the good work. I would like to, first of all, I'd like to say that from the report and the documented observations and experiences, it is very clear that we all confirm to the idea that the OSPP model is working in the sense that it supports trade facilitation and growth in trade volume. So that one, I think we all agree that it cut across all the 4 OSPPs which were visited. Another thing that I would like to bring to the attention of the Assembly is that there is diversity. There is variation as far as the different performance dimensions across these OSPPs. However, you rarely see if there is any cross-learning across these OSPPs. For example, if you read on what is happening in Rusumo, they are doing well as far, I think they are most efficient as far as a clearance time. Yeah, you go to Busia, they are very good on mutual recognition of conformity assessments, something that is still a problem in the other OSPPs. Right, Honorable Speaker, what I would like to bring to the attention of this Parliament is that I think it's high time that this model of OSPPs is being looked at not just from the infrastructure point of view. That is, we look at it as an enabler, yeah, but we look at it from the system point of view. But I would like to emphasize from the governance point of view, like there was no evidence if there is any OSPP performance dashboard that is monitoring the performance of these OSPPs, maybe even based on global performance standards. And at the same time, you rarely see if there is any monitoring, there's any evaluation, and that will be linked, for example, with learning, yeah, to support cross-learning across these OSPPs. So what I would like to bring to your attention, Right Honorable Speaker, and the Assembly, that today we have the Council member, is that it is high time that we have a holistic review of this OSPP model and see if it really fits the current developments and new developments that we have. We can address the system integration issue, but again, you need to look on the on the capacity of the OSPP, you need to look on the modern OSPPs, how they are supposed to look like. So I really want to emphasize on the point of strengthening the governance of these OSPPs by having an integrated dynamic performance dashboard that will help the monitoring of the performance. We have heard about these NTBs that have been reported. It's not supposed that they are there for a long time without being addressed. Yeah, at the end of the time, we are actually addressing some post-mortem effects. So given that trade is our main outcome as far as community integration, I think it's high time that we develop, we invest on this, the measuring, performance monitoring and reporting that is quite modern, that is digitized, to make sure that everything is manner, and we are not becoming reactive, but we have to be reactive to the different risks and different challenges that are being experienced at these OSPPs. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Gladness. The next is Honorable and Lisa.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the chairperson of CTI and all our team for a job well done. Honorable Minister and the council member, that really we need more time as members of parliament. You can see how we're working up to around 7 and the importance of such a report, but the way we are rushing, we cannot even debate freely because we are mindful. So we really need time. When we talk of at least 14, 17 days, it's not that we like per diem, no. It's because we want to really represent and do our proper job of oversight, legislation, and representation. Mine is really a few observations on the report, and I wanted to attract your attention on page 7, 5.12, is the issue of institutional coordination. I was in a team that visited Taveta Holili, and I want to start by saying that this is a very dynamic border, but also allude to what Honorable Member said, that OSPP really has been a success story for East African community with regard to trade facilitation. But of course, we still have some challenges. Maybe when you look at this institutional coordination, we noted that there are so many institutions at every border. On the side of Kenya, OSPP, Taveta, we had 17 government institutions. On the side of the United Republic of Tanzania, it was 21 institutions. And the Republic of Kenya, they were complaining that they wanted more institutions. So the question is, do these institutions facilitate trade or they are a barrier to trade? Because the overall objective of OSPP was really for trade facilitation, to cut on bureaucracy. But these institutions, however important they are, our recommendation is for the two governments, but it is not only at these borders, it's cross-cutting on all OSPPs. We want our governments to streamline the operation of these agencies, and if possible, create like a one-stop border post within the OSPP where traders can come and have all the services integrated, because they told us they can spend like 5 days having to go to every institution, and every institution has its own levy. So it has turned into a bureaucracy, which I wanted to bring to the attention of our council member, that this is an issue that the council can look into. How do we streamline and coordinate the various agencies so that they don't become a barrier to our traders and people who are crossing the border? The second issue that was already alluded to is the issue of harmonizing the working hours. Again, on the side of Tanzania, it was 24 hours. on the side of the Republic of Kenya, it was 12 hours. And we were informed that the biggest challenge was staffing. So I want again to urge the council to try and see how this can be harmonized, and not only at this border, but all other borders where we have this challenge, so that it can operate 24 hours, because we are talking about trade. I'll give an example. We are informed that Taveta Halili in 2023, the volume of trade was around 20,000, but in 2025, it had increased to 32,000. So just within 2 years, an increase of 12,000, and this is happening at all the borders. So for us, we find the potential in this border post. It started as a border that is only serving mainly the northern part of Tanzania, but today it has become an international border. And we want to urge, especially both the Republic of Kenya and Tanzania, to invest in this border, because it has a big potential, especially improving on the infrastructure. The parking yard is not enough, but even the buildings are old. So we really see a lot of revenues, but also for all relevant institutions to work together to deal with what they call illegal routes, Panya Road. We are told there are about 300 illegal routes. So you can imagine the revenues that are being lost if there was proper inspection. So without taking much of the time, I really wanted to urge our Council of Ministers to invest in OSBPs. They have really a potential to increase trade. There are lessons learned, best practices, let's adopt them, deal with the bottlenecks, but as also try to harmonize OSPP operations. Because when you look at what is happening at Kabanga, Kobelo, compared to other OSPPs, there is a difference. I think we really need to come up with a standardized way of how we can support and enhance the standards of these OSPP. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, there is an issue, there is a bill that was mentioned, the standardization bill. This bill, if I recall well, it was a council bill, and it is very important because the issue of standard harmonization is critical. I remember last time, the chairperson of the council by then, because Kenya had an issue, they agreed to this. We thought it was resolved, but we were surprised that among the bills that were assented to, this bill was not assented to. So, Honorable Minister, we think these are important bills that will facilitate trade, harmonize standards in the region. And since it is a council bill, either you should pick interest and fast track the assent. With those remarks, I want to support the report and urge the council to take time and look into this report. It's very important. And if possible, attract even our ministers of trade to address the bottlenecks so that we can increase trade in our region. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Fatime. Let's go to the next. Honorable Kambaraj.
Oh, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, first, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank the committee chair and the team for the work, the robust work and the findings and presenting this report today to the floor. I rise to contribute to the debate on the report of communication oversight activities on the operation of one-stop border posts within our community. But before I do proceed, I'd also like to thank, congratulate my brother, Deputy Minister James Olemilia is my brother, is my friend. In the Swahili, they have this saying, so kufa kufana. The extension of Honorable Amelia to the National Assembly and vacating the position that he was here in Eala created the opportunity for myself, my sister Fatima, and for Sato Chomi. So I do like to appreciate that over here today. Right, Honorable Speaker, this report deserves the full attention of this House. It's not because the findings are dramatic, but because they are precise. The committee did not speculate. It actually visited Holili, Taveta, Usumo, Busia, Kabang, and Kobelo. It also spoke to revenue officials, immigration officers, clearing agents, small traders who carry the daily weight of our integration agenda on their shoulders. So they did a great job. What was found in the community, that the community has actually built a real infrastructure and made real progress, but has not yet matched the progress that the system, the harmonization, and the political follow-up that is still need to be done. Honorable Speaker, allow me to illustrate one finding that I believe captured the nature of the challenge before us. A truck carrying a load from Mombasa, Port Mombasa, is required to post a security bond. And in that bond, when it reaches Holili, it actually expires. This is not just a technical footnote. This is a cost. It's a cost in time, it's a cost in capital, tied to unnecessary, ultimately the cost that is passed on to the trader and the consumers. It is in the plainest terms, the tax that we impose on ourselves through the absence of the system should already exist. Honorable Speaker, I would like to be clear that our responsibility and where the responsibility lies. This assembly cannot instruct the Revenue Authority to change an internal procedure. We cannot compel a partner state to integrate its system with another. What we can do, we take this report and establish it as a starting point, where we hold the Council of Ministers accountable for the implementation of commitments our partner states have already made within the community treaty. Honorable Speaker, the community recommendations are not a new ambition. They are a completion of the old one. The East African Community Standardization, the accreditation, the Conformity Assessment Bill 2023 has been there before for some time. It requires only the councils to accent to begin closing the very gaps that this report describes. The harmonization of, for instance, the AXUDA and the TANSID interface within Tanzania and Rwanda is not a matter of requiring new legislation. It's a matter of requiring two partner states to finish what they've already started. Honorable Speaker, the report notes that Kabang and Kobelo posts operate only 12 hours, while only a few distance away in Holili, you have another OSBP that's operating 24 hours. These are things that we can do quickly, and we should do this to actually seamlessly get this integration online. The presence exists. Honorable Speaker, I raise the matter of partner states like recognition of how this community has already come. Clearance times that once they take 3 to 5 days, now it's 24 hours. So this is actually a progress that we've made, and we're definitely in the right direction. So I'd like to just finish by saying I do support this report, and I do commend the team for the work. We do have some work to do. I do understand, for myself, my background, I'm an engineer by training. I've been spending years signing infrastructure projects. I know the gap is not in the determination. Second, if we decide to do it, we will get a better integration, we'll have a better region, and this will be profitable for our region. I like to yield, and I do support this.
Honorable Sanko.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity and from the onset to support this very progressive report from the Committee of Communication, Trade and Investment, led by their chair. They did a marvelous job. Honorable Speaker, in the same breath, I want to congratulate again my brother, Honorable James Kinyasi Emilia, for his appointment. He have been a member of this house, very progressive, intelligent member. And I think when he won the election in the United Republic of Tanzania, we knew we have lost a gem. But from my predecessor who have just finished contributing, we have gotten another gem into our assembly. I have no doubt that now that he's sit on the other side, he will be able to carry the aspiration of this house. Honorable Speaker, as I try to support this progressive report, let us be aware that our economic bloc, East African Community Economic Bloc, is the best and most progressive economic bloc in the world. Having 350 million people is a market bigger than the market of United States of America. America have only 330 million people. We have 350 million people. Having 6,500 kilometers of coastline means that we can do business all over the world. Honorable Speaker, and more so, we are sandwiched between two major oceans. To the east, the Indian Ocean; to the west, Atlantic Ocean; and to the north, the Gulf of Eden through the Horn of Africa. You can imagine, we can do business, we can trade throughout the world. If you want to trade with the Far East, that is China, Japan, and India, you can use the Indian Ocean. You want to trade with the Far West, South America and North America, you can use the Atlantic Ocean. If you want to trade with the Middle East and Europe, you use the Gulf of Eden. Honorable Speaker, with 1.4 billion acres of land and a tropical climate that is favorable for production of agricultural produce, which passes through these borders. Honorable Speaker, and you remember what our chairman of Head of State Summit currently, General Yoweri Museveni, told us. We need each other for the sake of trade. What we produce in a surplus in Kenya can get a market in Democratic Republic of Congo. What is produced in Republic of South Sudan in surplus can get a very good market in the United Republic of Tanzania. Honorable Speaker, this can only be possible through this Committee of Communication, Trade, and Investment. And through what they have done is sampling of border posts. Honorable Speaker, and it also boiled down to lack of remittances. If we had enough money, we will have oversighted all our corridors, we will have oversighted more border posts, and will have come up with a more elaborate and in-depth report more than this. But with the little resources that we have, this report is one of the best in East Africa. Honorable Speaker, and I think the committee, if resources are available, should also look at not only the hardware, but also the software. Because when we hear border posts that lack CCTV cameras, proper lighting, Honorable Speaker, it does not give confidence to the traders. Because as much as we want these one-stop border posts to be efficient in terms of time taken through the border post, we also need the security of the traders and their commodities to be assured, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would also like the committee, if resources allow, to realize that we need our airports to be also like border posts, because some commodities cannot be transported through roads. they can be flown through aeroplanes. So they should also look at the idea of the single airspace that we are talking about, so that they can also look at that as one of the enablers of trade in our region. Honorable Speaker, with 38 big freshwater lakes and the 6,500 kilometers of coastline that I have said earlier, our ports can also be other entries that will be one-stop border post that will enable and be enablers of our trade within our region. Otherwise, Honorable Speaker, with this report, I think this assembly is well equipped now to understand what is happening. Honorable Speaker, lastly, the chair and the committee should also look at the corridors, because apart from efficiently passing through the border post, you also need the corridor. These corridors must be secured. So apart from the hardware, that is the infrastructure, we also need the software like geofencing, so that when trucks are passing, we are assured of the security. They cannot be diverted by criminals, because we know in every population there must be a few elements who target what they did not solve. So, Honorable Speaker, with those very many remarks, I support this report 100%, and I urge the House to support it. Thank you.
Our listeners, let's take two more members of Parliament to contribute. Let's start the honorable transfers, memorandum.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. I also rise to appreciate the Committee on Communication, Trade and Investment, led by Honorable Francine Rutazana, and the entire members for the work well done. First and foremost, Mr. Speaker, I was impressed by, the length of the report and also the content. This report highlights issues in the community, but before talking of issues, there are things that you have to appreciate. It's really heartwarming to see, if I go to page 23, just under Busia, if I read economic outcome of Busia, OSBP, the Busia OSBP has cut clearance time by about 80%, meeting performance expectations. This is about Busia. It's good. We have also other good practices. But I was just affected by Rusumo. I mean Rusumo, Rwanda side, the Rusumo, Tanzania side. It's called the Rusumo one-stop border post, whereby I read it through various aspects that are really amazing, but also need our attention. Like joint border procedures are in place. Migration officers collaboration at single stop centers. This is one of the destination we want, working closely as a team. This is integration agenda we want. Mr. Speaker, when we talk of integration, partner states first and foremost are interested in trading. Trade, investments, communication is also part of it because it allows the movement of goods. You will see transit goods here and there. But when we talk of one-stop border post, we immediately look at trucks that are just congested at the border, like it is here highlighted, though this collaboration is there, but we still have issues, not only the trucks, but we have also passenger queues that were noted at the migration windows. There is a good practice called single window clearance, whereby both passengers, drivers can go straight and everything is done at that single window, which is good. But still, the speed
is not achieved like we would like to have. If we go to page 26, Right Honorable Speaker, the report is talking of ICT systems, and we will applaud the cargo tracking system along the central corridor that is operational. This is very good. This will put even EAC as ISO certified organ. Because of having achieved this is really good, because it enables the customs officers at Rusumo to monitor in real time goods entering through the port of Dar es Salaam. And it also helps prevent cargo dumping or diversion. Dumping means to sell goods before they reach their destiny at a low cost. And Mr. Speaker, again, when you look at Rusumo, there is a problem of, let me call it like conflictual practice, whereby Rusumo has no way bridges. Tanzania relies on measurements taken by partner teams at the port and along the highway, while Rwanda deploys the mobile way bridges along the route to Kigali. I think we need to harmonize the system here. If we can't have way bridges that are mobile, others are fixed, lying to partner team, and then you expect, the trucks to reach the destination quickly and faster. I was also attracted by this $100 that is being charged to citizens of EAC while staying in Tanzania. Honorable Mary mentioned about it, but I want to add something to clarify that the Common Market Protocol provides for 60 months. An EAC citizen is allowed under the protocol to stay in an EAC partner state for 60 months is the maximum. But after 3 months, then you are charged. This is really a non-tariff barrier that needed to be looked at and be eradicated. The soonest, the better. There is also the issue of lack of information for small scale traders. Most of them are women, like it was mentioned earlier. And I have seen that we need to continue our awareness raising to find a way this parliament is going to revive the sensitization activities we used to do in our partner states. Because they need this information to be, to be disseminated to them, to be harmonized, and see how we can advise the Council of Ministers. Lastly, but not least, this harmonized system that was mentioned on page 29 under HS codes is about agricultural commodities. This means when we have perishable and non-perishable commodities, most of them are fruits, vegetables, and they have to wait for long. Those borders don't have cold rooms, Right Honorable Speaker. They don't have cold rooms to keep those fruits and vegetables. Can you imagine what will happen? This congestion that is mentioned here, it's a big problem. We need to make sure this problem is really resolved the soonest, the better, because enhance sensitization of border communities on their rights of movement under EAC laws and the protocols, and to provide clear guidance on the types of volumes of goods permitted under the simplified trade regime. On other pages, it was mentioned 2,000, less than 2,000, from 2,000 and less dollars, they don't go under clearances. These goods that are perishable and non-perishable. So if they are not respected and they are going to queue for days, then it's a loss. And this House, remember it, Honorable Speaker, resolved that EAC should reduce food loss and also wastage in the community. So I think this is also part of wastage we are observing, and we need to make sure our food is protected, both for the quality and also for the quantity. And the issue of porous borders also was mentioned by Honorable Ambassador Fatuma. But on page 29, the committee observed 52 porous border outlets along the Rusumo border, complicating anti-smuggling efforts due to the vast area and limited personnel. So here, I would like to request the Council of Ministers, through you, Right Honorable Speaker, for them to position themselves to minimize this huge number of porous borders outlets. I don't know what they're going to do, maybe opening other one spot border posts, or I don't know, but we need to discuss about this to see how it can be minimized and allow our people to enjoy the integration agenda, but not tempting them to pass through those porous borders or smuggling. I don't sometimes about speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable.
And I support the report.
The last one.
Okay, thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, first of all, I would like to commend the chair and the members of this committee of CTI. I have been keenly looking at the report, and I would say that it's a wonderful report, well written, and with smart recommendations. And of course, the committee has been able to outline some of the challenges and has come up with key recommendations, which I hope that the Council of Ministers will find it very relevant. Some of the recommendations, they are modest Burundi. However, Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to re-emphasize on the committee already addressed issues to deal with ICT systems and gave recommendations as per page 9 and 10. But I would also like to highlight the fact that it's very important that we, in trying to improve the trade and connectivity of East Africans as they move across the region, and especially engaging in trade, I would imagine that it would be important to adopt the digital trade solutions, whereby we have expanded single window custom systems and regional e-commerce, Right Honorable Speaker, to allow traders access documents online. This will definitely enhance transparency, but besides that, when we have an online checking and inspection, it will also reduce on the queues, especially at the border posts, especially for goods that are perishable. Right, Honorable Speaker, aware that majority of the people that we represent in East Africa are fully, almost 70% employed in the agricultural sector. Therefore, when we are talking about trade, we are talking about movement of goods. Majority of goods include also agricultural foodstuffs. So coming on board with a digital trade solution to be able to enable easier clearance of goods at our border posts would be some of the most important issue that recommendation that we could also encourage to add on this committee. And then, of course, unified payment systems, unified payment systems that have already, it can be realigned with digital trade solutions. We can also talk about the digital NTB reporting. For example, where localized digital help desks. Help desks help in terms of tracking challenges that traders face when they are doing trade across the region, including tracking harassments for women, especially participating in the cross-border. Some of them are quiet. I remember participating in the women's, I participated in the consultations with the border between, that's Namanga, Uganda and Rwanda. And yes, Gatuna, sorry. Yeah, Gatuna. And some of these issues were raised. So when we come up with the digital NTB reporting, it helps, it can be a help desk whereby some of these issues can be addressed immediately so as to address trade, to reduce on trade blockages and harassments that could be happening to the traders that are moving within the region. And then, of course, Right Honorable Speaker, the committee was so elaborate, and this is one of the reports I will give a lot of attention even after we pass this report, because looking through it, perusing through it, it's an elaborate report. But I would also like us to focus on the harmonized mobile roaming, because sometimes when you cross from Uganda, maybe to Somalia or to DRC, you lose your access to your connectivity because of the mobile charges that are hidden that we are not able to verify. So I think we need also harmonized mobile roaming framework to eliminate hidden roaming charges and guarantee seamless regional digital connectivity. And by so doing, we'll be helping people and traders moving within the East African community. Otherwise, I would like to say congratulations, Sitia and the chair. You did a wonderful job, and we take this example. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. I have seen how our honorable minister have been busy with this report. He has cutted every contribution that we have been making. This is a signal that can expect a good feedback from this report. So, Honorable Minister, you have the floor.
Very briefly, Honorable Speaker, mine is to congratulate the Honorable Chair, my sister, and a friend, Honorable Francine Rutazana, and the committee. I've been, Honorable Speaker, I want to declare interest that I've been a member of this committee for the past 2.5 years. And to be very honest, Honorable Speaker and dear members, this is one of the very best reports I've seen. But this was expected. I know very well my sister. She's one of the very serious members of parliament for the community, and her guidance had expected such a great report, and I promise this House that as council, we're taking it seriously. It's extremely very informative, and we are happy to work on it. This is a working document, and on behalf of the chair of the council, I receive with open hands this report. There is a lot of potential within East Africa. I've always seen hope when you travel across the region, Honorable Speaker, be it in Somalia, be it in Rwanda, Uganda, South Sudan, DRC, Burundi, Tanzania, Kenya. There's a lot of potential. It's up to us, East Africans, to be up to the task and take advantage of what we have. We have seen nations, Honorable Speaker, coming, into our region, benefiting and becoming rich. And we've been, excited to receive this report, and it's a change to all of us. Honorable Speaker, one, I want to say hongereni sana committee and chairperson. A lot of good contributions. I don't want to take much of your time anymore. Honorable Speaker, I want from the council side to wish Honorable Bahati Alex and Honorable Shabal Suleiman a quick recovery. and we're with him saving his families and everybody in the chamber, that our friends and brothers will get well soon. Honorable Speaker, I want to start my statement briefly. If we go into look into page 39 of this report, I just want to summarize. It's all about, Honorable Speaker, challenges on our OCBPs. And the committee has said it very clearly that, the committee noted that one-stop border posts continue to face persistent infrastructure and operational constraints, inadequate parking, narrow roads, poor sanitary facilities, and outdated designs have left them misaligned with the growing trade volumes, leading to congestions, accidents, and insufficiency. Sustainability of operations is further undermined by aging infrastructure, insufficient equipment, limited support facilities, inadequate staff housing, and operational difficulties. This is so true, Honorable Speaker, and I want to assure this House that we've taken note, and I just said in summary, please allow the Council work on this war report, and so long as I'm in the Council, we will give feedback, and we're working on your observation. You are another arm of the EAC that I truly respect. For me, being part of you, I know this is a serious recommendation, and I want to take. But I want just to share a bit of a story. I visited, with my limited time, I also visited Holili Taveta border, and I found a number of a lot of porous border posts, and it's good to this House assembly to understand what a porous border is. One is not made by government; it is an official border post, not regulated at all. These are border posts made by, those who are not well-wishers of the community and well-wishers of government. They are evading taxes, and we're working truly hard across the region, be it in Uganda or elsewhere. You'll always find, these people who are not committed to, paying taxes. It's a call upon everybody within, and yourselves, members of parliament, to sensitize our citizens that, if we want good roads, if we want good facilities, be it health facilities, be it good schools and university, one has to pay taxes. We have seen it in the developed world. In Switzerland, for instance, there's no way you can evade taxes. And this is a commitment of a citizen. I recall the words of Kennedy. Don't ask what a government can do for you, but rather ask what you can do for your government. It's a commitment of a citizen to pay. And I call upon members of parliament to also think on how, personally, on individual level, try to sensitize on this. There are a lot of challenges at the Taveta border post. And I've also seen in the report, I've not visited Rusumo. I went to Rusumo when I was very young. That was, if I may recall, my last time visiting Rusumo. I would pass Rusumo almost monthly between the year 1999 and 2000, and 1998 and 1999 for almost two years. This is a border I know very well, and I would be very happy to ask the ministry if I would make time and come and visit this border. I will also go to other borders within the East Africa. So I want to take this as a challenge and I'm personally going to act upon it. I will arrange a visit, and I would wish if I can invite a number of members of parliament also to visit and be with me, especially CTI. And so this is a comment. But one good story to share, between Tanzania and Burundi, we're evaluating how we can best make use of the OCPPs. They're efficient, they're good, but we are constructing one between Manyovu, Mugina, one border post. This one is going to be a very modern border post, and we want to take an advantage of having that one and replicate it within the region. So I want to give hope that governments within our region are tirelessly working with the Secretariat to try to, bridge gaps where we have been, lagging a bit behind. But yeah, we're trying our best. So, Honorable Speaker, just please bear with the council that we are going to do this. It's a bit embarrassing and absurd to say, I've seen the report, 100 USD charged per 3 months on an East African citizen. The council will, so long as the president says I'm still part of the council, I'll work on this one, and I promise this. Yeah, so I want to send systems. I've had reports, and colleagues debating about different, systems being Safaricom or Vodacom, maybe MTL. We want to integrate and make one system. So I'll push also for that, and I'm sure the council members who are following online will also give me support on this. This is really good. And honorable members of parliament, I want to take this opportunity to honorable speaker. I will not respond to everything, and to be very fair, because I know most of you are also tired. Time has gone, and I want to make it very, very short. But just to say I'm honest, and I want to say we're taking it serious. And Mheshimiwa Balozi and Giza, and many of you have noted your contributions. Thank you. About the budget, you see, for instance, in Tanzania, this time round, we have had a big Council of Ministers meeting prior to our budgets, and Tanzania has. I will speak of Tanzania because this is the bill I very much know, since I'm also a member of parliament in the national parliament and a minister within the Council of Ministers in Tanzania. We have taken almost every commitment we had said in AAC to make sure we facilitate trade. So our 2026-2027 finance bill is really pro-East Africa. This we have to, commend the energy and the commitment of our president, President Samia Suluhu Hassan. She gave clear directives. We have had 2 visits of visiting presidents. After the summit, the last summit, and then President Paul Kagame of Rwanda, and President Dr. William Ruto of Kenya visited, and we have had good, bilateral relations, and we have agreed on a number of issues, which were manifested in the finance bill. We're urging other members of the community to replicate and also maybe reciprocate in doing so. Please take interest of our finance bill once it's published and go through it. You'll see a number of very, very, very good insights. I want to agree with what you said, that 6 days or 5 days of rushing this beautiful house. I've had those good times of staying for 14 days. count me as a supporter and a person who truly knows what this parliament is doing. It's not about, at the end, I agree completely. It's about serving the people of East Africa with time and more time so that, you can scrutinize and objectively argue every point. And I will be a supporter, and I will urge members of the council to try and see it. I reiterate what Honorable Sankoko David said. It's all about budget. How do we commit to remit our commitment as per treaty? This is a big challenge, and we're taking it, and we're going to work on it. But with the leadership of the SG, there are quite a number of issues I know that they are premature to report. But I want to say, and our leadership and the leadership of Mzee Kaguta Museveni, Yoweri Museveni, Mzee who loves East Africa, and we all know life will never be the same again. We're going to work hard. He's very much committed, and I want to take this opportunity as well to congratulate Honorable Rebecca Kadaga for being appointed the Minister for Foreign East African Cooperation. She's, we're having a great council chair. She's intelligent, she knows stuff, and committed. And we're going to learn through her. I wish from tomorrow to sit behind her. I know I'll learn a lot from her, and I want to congratulate her. Honorable Speaker, quite a number of insights were said. Let me conclude. Honorable Speaker, allow me, if we are all in agreement that I'm taking this report completely, I know I don't want to take much of your time, but allow me, Honorable Speaker, congratulate my brother, Honorable Namara, for making it to a national parliament in Uganda. It's not a simple task. I know what it takes. And I also want to congratulate Honorable Koza for making it. And I want to congratulate Dr. Ngwaru Magembe for making it. And since I'm having this floor on their behalf, I say thank Allah and God for making us go through it. It's not an easy task. And I also, Honorable Speaker, want to wish my colleagues and friends who are vying or who are aiming to go to the national politics. I wish you all good luck. I know by next year Kenya is going into elections, and I don't know. And I wish friends and count on me, whether I'm a council member here or not a council member. Please count on me. I'll be a brother. And Karibuni sana, those from Somalia, it's first time. Please navigate the streets of Arusha. It's one of the best and peaceful countries you can ever visit. I always give this example, Honorable Speaker. It's an African country, but one that you can decide to start an engine at 3 in the morning or 2 in the morning and drive to any direction, and you don't fear whether you're going to be stopped by bandits and or Mkoras. What you have to look into is to see whether there is a broken truck on the road or a truck with no lights in behind. But it's an amazing country with peace, and drive to Mtwara, drive to Mwanza. This is how Africa we should want to be. And karibuni sana. We are ready to share our experience, and we've been sharing a lot of experience. I am so excited to see all of you in this house. And thank you, Honorable Speaker, for your time. And asanteni sana, John Jema. Thank you. Sansan. Thank you.
Honorable Chair.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for providing such a time for this report. Members of the House have listened, they have owned the report. And I'm sure together with the commitment of our Honorable Minister, Member of Council, his commitment, his dedication, and how we know him, we can be ensured that the recommendation of this report will go far as the implementation and the enforcement is concerned. This morning, we had a great time to interact with the DSG in charge of customs and trade, together with his her department team. They have ensured they are so interested. They said normally they are at a technical level. They are producing policies, guidelines, whatever. But when it comes to implementation and receiving the feedback from the beneficiaries of what they are doing, this is the right report for them to listen, to hear, to see, and also to know how far and the way forward for the work they are doing. So together with the Council of Ministers, led by our brother, Honorable Minister Milia, I know we are in good hands as the House. And the Honorable Minister, be ensured that wherever you will ask and want this committee or this House to be together to strengthen what is already achieved in the ground, we are there and we are ready to support. Yeah, thank you very much, members of the committee on trade, communication, trade, investment. You did a great job just in 2 days. We had our first meeting on Friday. We projected the report to be tabled on Friday, but just yesterday we are requested to present it today. So this morning we worked hard to have this, whatever we have today, the quality of report we have. I thank very much the members, everyone, for the dedication, for the commitment, and the time we took with everyone. And also I have to thank our clerk. The clerk has worked tirelessly during the whole weekend. We were interacting on to know exactly what do we have, the summary we will have. And finally, the summary was not ready because we had to fill the other ideas at midday. So we prefer now to go with the good report and also to see how we can summarize it. Thank you very much, Clerk Joyce, for the hard work. We will always recognize the effort you are doing. So allow me to thank members who contributed to this report. Honorable Musanga Abatwale, Honorable Mugeni, Honorable Gladness, Honorable Ambassador Fatuma Dangiza, Honorable Resankok, Honorable Kambarage, Honorable Françoise, Honorable Amongin, and all who were wishing to contribute, and the council member for your contribution and the commitment and your help. Thank you very much for everything. I submit right now to speak.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair. It is time now to put the question that the report of the Committee on Communication, Trade and Investment on the oversight activity assess the progress made in operationalizing one-stop border posts in the EAC partner states be adopted. Those in favor say aye. To the contrary say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable Minister, before I adjourn, I wish to address you that Look, you have been one ex-official member at this front bench. Maybe tomorrow you will be two as the chair, the council will be with us. But 2 of 8 is not a quorum. Please try to, we need to engage with others, ex-official members. Because this community, if maybe it has been not progressing well, it is because of some extra members who have not been all the time with us to feel and to follow our reports. So we will need to have others, ex-official members, your colleagues and our colleagues, so that we can together help these applicants. Only need to have the free movement and free movement of goods and to live a better life in East Africa. This is one. Second, I think I have to really to recognize that you honorable members, you have been very committed. You have been very committed, very passionate. We started this plenary at 2:30. And now it is 8 p.m., meaning that we have spent more than almost 7 hours in this chamber. You deserve to be recognized, to be congratulated. When we started with this meeting, this chamber was, all the members were here. But now we are only 32 members. All the seats are empty. Please talk to our colleagues that once started together, we should finish together. We all have some issues that we all have to be committed as a team. This is what I wanted to address you. And tomorrow, I adjourn this house, this thing to tomorrow, 4:15 p.m. Thank you. So I take all of these to my office, this pen.